one. Check, check, check. Check one, check one. Check one. Check. Check one. Eraj, need to tune the Eraj. Check one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Colombo Rowing Club. It is race day. It's a beautiful sunny day, and we have kicked off the first ever OTRA Rowing Championships. It is virtual, and it is the first time it's happening in Sri Lanka. We welcome you all to the feed. Stay tuned, grab a beer, grab your bites, and we'll be going live with the first oak pull in just a few minutes. While we wait to sort out a few technicalities, let me introduce you to the event. The event was a brainchild of our current president of the OTRA, Eraj Fernando, and it was really an effort to bring the community together in the midst of all the tribulations and trials of the COVID crisis. We couldn't have a real event, a live event. So we couldn't have a live event. And we had to think of something that we could do virtually, something that would involve all our friends abroad, all our friends out of Colombo, all of those who wanted to stay safe at home. And it's been a challenge organizing it, but we are here and we are ready to kick things off. Over to you. We'll be kicking off the first oak pull at 1 o'clock. So get your things together and get ready, and we'll catch you at 1 p.m. Give me the ins and outs because I can't, there's a small lag. So, yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't watch that, then we keep that.
Yeah, it's a bit,
I put that so that now when Eraj and Tala, but then they don't need it.
No, because I tend to look at the TV. Like,
I think we should finalize what you just did. Yeah, it's gone.
Right, because if that, then I don't need to welcome everybody. And then it's not, don't say it's my bloody brainchild, you're mad or what? My brainchild.
But this thing with color or something?
Yeah.
No, I won't say all that. Yeah, you're ready to pull, but I'll send someone.
No. Try.
John, I'm waiting for you. Janet? Up. Good day to you, Check. Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming at you live from the heart of the city, the Colombo Rowing Club, where we've been in action all morning at the OTRA Virtual Indoor Rowing Championships between Royal and St. Thomas's. It's been a hard day of rowing. The boys have been battling it out, and now we're going to take you live in a few moments' time. Just before that, I want to introduce to you the current president of the OTRA and the 2001 captain of St. Thomas's College Rowing, Iraj Fernando.
Thank you, Deva.
So Iraj, you're here with me on this, the first day of the Indoor Rowing Championships. Tell me a little bit about the OTRA. What is it about? What do you all do?
Thank you. So I'd just like to correct you there. It was the vice captain for 2001. Niroshan was our captain. Okay. So we started off this through an idea everybody has been at home, stuck at home thanks to the pandemic, and a group of us, the committee, we discussed saying what we need to do, and we thought of a virtual program, and then we were thinking maybe it's a VO2, but then what better, something better than the VO2 is an erg challenge, and thought about doing it with the Thomians. Take on the challenge, so we were able to audit the Royal to with that we were able to actually as the inclusive food program. Just a minute.
Few technical difficulties there, but we are back. So great answer to my question, Rajan. Yes, I saw that we've included the royalists, we've included the ladies, and I think that is really the spirit of sport. And is there any plan to include the rest of the rowing community, and I'd say even the non-rowing community in Sri Lanka in the future? What are your plans?
Oh yes, definitely. Especially if it's an indoor rowing championship, we can certainly include the non-rowing athletes, and we want to this open it out to the rest of the institutions to participate. So let's see how it goes. This is the start. It's the first ever program like this. The sky's the limit as far.
So there you have it, the first virtual rowing challenge in Sri Lanka, and big plans for the future. So just before we head on to a recap of our morning's rowing, I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors. Dara's Shop on the Go for all your shopping needs. Sparta Gym, it begins at the end of your company. And SLT Mobitel providing us high connection. With that, we'll take you into a recap of the morning, and then we'll follow it up with the points tally and the leaderboard. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to the 9 o'clock segment of the OTRA ERG Challenge. For the first 9 o'clock pool, we have a full Thomian contingent here. We have some of our senior most members, Uncle Srimal, all the way from Wales, and then is latterly been in Seychelles. And we have Dilhan, we have Tazio, and we have Adnan. So, ready? Okay. Attention. Row. And all three rowers seem to be off to a decent start. Can they keep up this pace right throughout? That's the question. And all four oarsmen are off to a fast start. Adnan smashing it away there at home. Uncle Srima seems to have been doing some serious strength and conditioning work. He's pumping the start here. And now Adnan decides it's time to take her home. He's not going to hang around too long. And Uncle Srimal joins the fray. He's also taking her home. He's picked up the rate, but he's keeping his length. What a race this is turning out to be as all four oarsmen approach the final quarter of the race. It's the last bit to go. Uncle Dilhan decides he's going to shorten up the slide. He wants some rate. He doesn't care about the length here. Adnan, it's all long and hard. A stark difference from the stroke we saw in 2007. It's length all the way.
Okay. Divine, one for you. Hey, man.
So great first session of rowing here. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a superb race.
All right, thanks, guys.
Big smile. It's an easy day in the office for him. All right, gentlemen, are you ready? Attention. Row. Sandesh very slow off the blocks there, but he's picking it up now using his big frame and his length to pump in the meters, keeping the rate relatively low, as opposed to Arjun, who's smashing it out there, hammering a rate of around 36 per minute. Lots of noise, lots of crowd in the background. Both these boys coaching the schools teams of bishops and ladies respectively. So lots of motivation to do their best here. Sandesh huffing and puffing away, but this is his usual style. He's fooling us all with his fake tiredness. Arjun keeping a short slide using the upper body length that he has. And both oarsmen approaching the 40-second mark. Arjun shows a slight pause there. He seems to be slowing down. Is this rate going to be a sustainable one for him? Sandesh on the left, keeping it steady, slowly pack it in. Now he's picked it up. Now he's picked it up, gentlemen. Sandesh looks like he's going to take it home. The crowd in the background seems to have motivated Sandesh. We are looking at a sub 3:30 timing here from both these gentlemen. But Arjun has slowed down. His legs can't keep this rate any longer. So has Sandesh. Lengthening out here. Is he just going to maintain his rate? Will they be able to beat the set timing by Chirat Karunaratna of Royal College? 3 minutes and 48 seconds is the time to beat here. Things are heating up at the CRC. As the sweat drips down Sandesh's forehead, is getting in the way of his rowing. Arjun takes a glance at Sandesh's meter. He wants to beat him. The coach in the background, Lashika, is motivating them, trying to push them, and it's a take her home. With less than 1 minute to go, both these horsemen decide it's time to finish this thing off. No fooling around, no hanging around. Sandesh has given everything he's got in that midsection, and he's just going to use his weight to pull him through to the end. Arjun is smashing away. He's picked up the rate even further. We are touching 40s here, rates of around 40 minutes per second. 40 strokes per second. Will Sandesh pick it up now? What is his aim here? Is he trying to go for steady state? Use those big muscles. He's thinking about wattage. He doesn't care about the rate. He's got the power to back him up. And now he seems to have switched gears. He has switched gears. Yes, he is about to take her home and he has started his final phase.
Yeah.
What a race it has been. What a race. We are looking at sub 3:30 timings from the looks of it. Let's have a look at the meters and see where we stand. Over to you, Lashika. What's the timing for Sandesh?
Okay. Rajita, Manil, I'll start you off now.
Okay. Let's go.
Attention. Go. Yeah, good participants. Yeah. Good everyone else. Otherwise.
So on this, yeah, most of the decimal points are going to take it.
Just keep it off. Round it off. Round it off. Let's go, crew. Keep it going. Lashika, Isru, pick it up. Kick. Lovely, lovely. Keep it up. We lost access to the advanced programs. Keep it going, guys. Keep kicking. I didn't turn it off. So even he's here on our internet. Let's go, Manil. Let's go, Rajita.
That's when they tell us service.
You're right. Let's go, kick, guys. Go. Last bit. Take home. Up it is through.
I think it's all finished. How's it finished? One is finished. Well done, guys. Let's go, Lashika. Good job. Rajita, Mani, could you turn on your camera and show us the timing when convenient? What's the timing? Rajita,
Yeah.
could you show us the timing on your ergometer, please?
Can you see that?
3:46. Good. Thank you.
Okay, good to
Okay.
go.
All crews,
Okay. I give a sign.
go to row. Attention. Row. Lovely start, guys. Keep it going. Keep it going. Good stuff. Let's go, Amrik, faster. Swashan, Valairu.
You're not moving. So you think about it. Sorry, there's no fellow.
Keep going, guys. Good stuff. Lovely stuff. Keep it going. Let's go, Amrik. Valairu, Swashan, keep it going. Valairu is a very good time.
Keep strong and hold it.
Kick. Go through. Good job, guys. Keep it going. Take it home, boys. Lovely. Good job, Ashan. Keep it going. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Keep it pumping. Awesome, done. Good job, guys. Good job.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products, bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and MySLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under MySLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with you live, and you just had a sneak peek at the morning's rowing, and what a day of rowing it has been. So we're just about to get on to the first guest for the day. This Matthew Tarrant. He is a double world champion. He tells me it's triple world champion now, the European champion, under 23 world champion. He's a founder of Row Elite, and all in all, a phenomenal oarsman, and it's a pleasure and it's an absolute privilege to be able to talk with you today, Matt.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So, Matt, just before we get into the core of the questions, give me a little bit of background. What was your early life like? Did you start rowing at an early age? What was young Matt up to?
Yeah, so I started rowing when I was 14 years old at one of my local rowing clubs. Before then, I was actually a rugby player, and it was family friends that got me into the sport of rowing. And that was just a very small family-run rowing club. No one really knew what rowing was, but the parents were leading it, and the parents were the ones trying to get the kids more active and into rowing. So it was a very nice, close-knit community. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you. It's a little
Okay.
soft. We've given a heads up to the team. Yeah, so that's an amazing story, and it's a personal one for me as well, because I started my rowing career as a rugby player as well. And then at around under 13 level, I switched to rowing, but continued both sports. So what was it like making that switch? Was it difficult? Did you continue both sports right throughout, or what was your plan?
So I actually really struggled with rowing when I started. At the time, I had a paper round. So in the mornings, I was on my bike delivering newspapers to all my neighbours. And I would try and make that last as long as possible, so I'd actually miss my rowing session and not have to go down. But then my older brother just started pushing me and said, you have to go, you don't have a choice. And then I got into it and I started enjoying it. And I think it was the friendships that I made at the club that just kept me coming back more and more and more. And then my coach saw that I had some natural talent in the sport. So that, again, just ignited my desire, I guess, to see how far I could push that natural talent.
Wonderful. So Matt, I've read in your bio that you've represented Great Britain every year for the last 14 years. Now, that must take some serious commitment. How do you manage to do that?
Yeah, so I started when I was 14, and then when I was 15, I went to my first Junior Worlds. And back then it was in Beijing, just before the Olympic Games. So I did 2 years at junior level, then I did 4 years at under 23 level, and then last year was my 9th year at senior level. And it's decided every route of my life, right from the age of 15, I guess, where I went to college, where I went to university, where I live now. It's just everything I've done has been in preparation for rowing. And I think because I've been doing it for such a long time, from such an early age, it's really all I know. So where people go to the offices every day and there may be an expert analysis in finance, for me, it's my office is the rowing lake, and that's just what I'm used to. So that's my day to day. That's my rat race, getting out on the lake and trying to beat everyone.
That's amazing. I mean, I think you really hit the nail on the head. It is a life commitment. It is you can't do it as a hobby or a side thing. Well, at least if you're trying to go professional, and I think that's really shown in your commitment towards the sport. So we were trying to organize a bit of a demo session, and we ran into a few technical difficulties. But something I'd like to hear from you as an elite level oarsman, as someone who's rowed for 14 years, 15 years. What can you tell us about the basics of a rowing stroke or an indoor rowing stroke?
Yeah, so I think the main thing is for me, it's just not to overcomplicate it. I think you have the basics of the technique with the arms, the bodies, and then the legs going in. So as long as you can nail the basic separation drills, I think it's going into it with an open mind. Everyone's got different length limbs. Everyone's got different hip joints that are a little bit stiffer than others, longer legs, shorter arms, different heights, bigger builds. So I think as long as you nail the basics, you can always form your own fingerprint around those. not everyone's going to row identical, but everyone's got a good idea of what it should look like. And as long as if you're doing the basics, you're on the best path possible. And then once you do that, it's just more about, I always say, being patient and efficient. Be patient just to finish off every stroke that you're doing. Don't be in a hurry to try and put all your power down all at once and then try and get onto the next stroke. It's very similar to when you're out on the water. Just enjoy the stroke that you're on, let that take as much time as it needs, and then think about the next stroke.
Right. I'm sorry, Matthew, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I lost you for a second there. Yeah, so, well, it's easy to say, break down your stroke into the basics, but I think one point you mentioned about tweaking things to help your build and your individual sort of development is what the key is. And do you think even at an elite level, at a level such as yours, there is a little bit of tweaking that happens, or is it that all oarsmen are of a similar build and of a similar height, or how does it work there?
I think I'm still working on things all the time. I still have a tendency to break my arms a little bit at the catch rather than just leaving them nice, long and needed. And then sometimes when I get tired, I can come in, I don't quite separate off the finish, so I don't quite bring my body forward onto the front of the seat. I'm quite lazy when I get tired. So there's still lots of things that I still need to work on myself. And there are a lot of technical drills out there that can help that. But if you're someone with stiff ankle mobility, or you can't quite get the full range of movement, then you probably want to move the foot plate down a hole or two. But if you're someone that tends to over-compress, where your seat is almost touching your heels and your shins are over vertical, so your knees are starting to go over your toes, then you probably want to move your foot plate up, because then that will restrict your range of movement into the front end and stop you rowing too long effectively. So I actually do that last point when I do a 2,000 meter ergo test. I move my feet up 1 or 2 holes to restrict my range of movement in the front, so I can't row as long, but I'm more explosive.
Right. Is that so? That's something that you do just for the assessments, or is it something that you carry on into your races as well?
No. So if I'm just training UT2 steady state, I'll have my feet on 2 holes from the top. But if I go into a 2K or a 500, I'd normally lift it up 4 holes.
Right.
And that's purely for the tests.
Okay. So, and that's all right with your coaches. I'd expect that you'd need to use a similar setting for just to get used to it. I didn't realize that it's something you keep switching around like that.
Yeah, I mean, if I think about it, in the team, over a year, well, every week we do anywhere from, I guess, 150 to 250 kilometers of rowing a week, and that's split between the rowing machine and the water. And then over the space of the entire year, we probably do 3 2,000 meter ergo tests. So 99.9% of my training is on a 2-hole. And then that last 0.1%, when we go in and actually have to do a 2K test, then I just lift my feet up a bit. And I like you say, I do some of the practice pieces beforehand at that, but I feel it just helps me be a bit more explosive and hold a higher stroke rate without over compressing.
Right. So getting on to a bit of a technical question, and I'm not sure if you are at liberty to answer things like this, given that you're involved with British rowing, but what would a typical year's sort of training cycle look like? Let's assume, and I'm only asking you this because generally our training cycles at a school's level in Sri Lanka last nothing more than a year. So what would a year's training cycle look like leading up to a competition?
To be honest, I think it's very similar to everyone else. I think as a nation, we try and focus more on mileage rather than short, high-intensity interval training. A lot of our training is based around low-intensity, higher volume training. But I think it's very similar across the whole of the UK and I guess other European countries, where in the winter, where it's cold and it's wet and we got a lot of time indoors, right, we do a lot of volume. So the winter is where we put in a lot of volume, where you're looking at, that's probably where the minimum will be 180 kilometers a week of volume with weights on top of that. Right. But that can only get bigger if you go on training camps. And then when you move into the summer, when you've got the World Cups and the regattas, then that's when the volume comes down and the intensity comes back up. So I think it's quite a simple way of looking at it, but I think sometimes the simplest way is the best way. But obviously the cycle would be very different with us because we have all day to train. We are fully funded athletes and we can train 3 times a day, compared to a school system where you can probably train once a day for maybe a select number of days in the week. So
Correct,
you don't have that grace period of putting as much time into steady state as you like.
But how would it have worked when you were a young athlete of 14, 15 years old? You'd have been in a school system. How did you manage it then? Were you doing as much volume training as you are doing now, or what would you recommend for a?
When I was at school, I rowed at a club, so my school didn't have rowing, so it was just a local rowing club with the parents.
Right.
So really, we were just making it up as we go along. But a typical session that one of the coaches had us doing, it was 5,000 meters steady state, and then you'd do maybe a 10-minute bodyweight circuit, and then it was 3,000 meters steady state, and then the bodyweight circuit, and then 2,000 meters with a little bit of intensity at the end. So they were trying to mix it up and make it a little bit more fun. But with them, we were just sort of playing it by ear. And then when I moved up the river to, I guess, a more advanced rowing club, they did a lot of circuit training. So twice a week, we'd meet up in a local school gym and we'd do an hour of circuit weights. So just body conditioning, lots of press-ups, sit-ups, squats, all timed, going round in a circle. And then most of our water sessions during the winter would have only been on the weekends. So we'd do 2 on a Saturday and 2 on a Sunday.
Right.
But once you move into the summer, then you replace those, I guess, weekdays, which would have been circuit training, with water sessions. So I guess when I went to my first Junior Worlds, I was probably training maybe 5 days a week, I would say, and only the weekends would be double sessions.
Great. So just going back to the first Junior Worlds that you mentioned, you said you were 14, 15 years old. What was the average age for an oarsman at the Junior Worlds?
I'd probably say it's about 15. I think the cap is 16, and then after that you go on to the under-23s. So I'd probably say most people are anywhere between 15 and 16.
Right. And what would you need to do to qualify? Let's assume there's a good oarsman in Sri Lanka who'd want to qualify for it. How does he get there?
Yes, I mean, that's completely based on your national team and their selection policy. But in the UK, we have to go... there's 2 places that we go about a 3-hour drive away for us, and it's a 2,000 meter ergo assessment, and then it's a 5,000 meter water assessment. And with that, they have to be quite cutthroat. I think that our junior trial is next weekend, and there's 200 school athletes that have entered to try and get a spot for the world's team. Right. So they've got to try and whittle that 200 athletes down to a group of sort of 16. So they'll sort of halve it after next weekend, and then in February there'll be another assessment again, which is another 5,000 meter test on the water, and then the next day is another 5,000 meter test on the water, and then you'll have 2 or 3 ergo assessments throughout the year, and then you would have a final regatta where you would all race against each other in 2-man boats, in pairs and doubles, and then after that you would spend maybe 3 or 4 days seat racing, where you'll be in 4-man boats and you'll be switching one athlete from each boat to see which one makes the biggest contribution to speed. And then you'll get a ranking on which athletes are the best after a year of testing, effectively. And then you're selected and you go off onto a 3-week training camp, and then you fly off, and then it's all done and you look forward to do it all again a couple of weeks later.
So in a sense, the crew is only together for a couple of weeks, maybe a month. Is that correct?
Yeah. So things like the men's 8, they could be selected and have 3 weeks to train together, and then they'll fly out to the Junior Worlds and have to compete. In the smaller boats, the singles normally can do a bit better because you're trialing in your single all year. Yeah. So the best sculler will be put as the single. And on the sweep side, you'd probably want to try and create a pairs combination quite early on. But yeah, the 4s and the 8s and the quads are all put together about 3 weeks before the competition, and there'll be kids from all over the United Kingdom. So some of them hadn't rowed with each other before. So it's quite an intense training block, the 3 weeks leading into it, where you do suddenly start training 2 to 3 times a day to gain as much fitness and experience as you can.
Well, that's interesting. I expected you guys to do it differently. Probably have a longer period of working together. Get the 4 united and things like that. But it's
I mean that is at school level. This is at junior level. But on the senior level, the Olympic level, we train together all year round, and we still do all those trials. So we still have a 5K assessment and a 2K assessment at the same place as the juniors do.
Okay.
On the water and on the ergo. And then we have multiple ergo tests throughout the year, and then lots of internal testing, and then a final trial around March time. And then following March, they'll start putting boats together, and then you'll be together for the rest of the season.
But in essence, the crew is together. When you get to a more professional level, what you're telling me is that the crew does work together for longer.
Yes. So there's a group of sort of 16 sweep athletes, and we train together as a unit, but we usually in set pair combinations. So we're always just in our pair with our pair's partner, and we'll just train in that 2-man unit for most of the season. And then from sort of March, April time, after we've done all the trialing, they'll put us in what boats they think that we can do the best in, and then we'll be in our set 4s, 8s pairs for the rest of the year.
So do the 2-man units carry into the 4s together, or do you get split up at that point?
No, so you basically just you get a individual ranking through the year,
right?
And then based off how you do at the final trials, you're either selected based off that performance, or you'll then move into more seat racing and potentially another pairs matrix, where they just want to get a final ranking of the different athletes, and then they'll put you in whichever boat they think is the top boat, and then the second boat, and the third boat. So the ranking of the athletes then gets put into the ranking of the boats that they're focusing on that year.
Right. So what advice would you give to a young rower, trying to break into the international scene from a country like ours, 15, 16 years old? How often should he be doing weight training? How often should he be running, doing volume? Do you do a lot of cross training? How does it work for athletes in the UK?
I think it's the amount of time you train. I think is entirely based on, I guess, the experience level of the athlete, where how long they have been training for up until this time. So if they're an athlete that their family have all been rowers and they've been bred into it from an early age, and since they could walk, they were put in a boat with their dad, and they're very well vetted to the sport, then they might be able to do a little bit more a little bit earlier. If they're quite new to it and they've only been doing it for a short while, then I guess with all novices, you want to build them in gradually. But at the same time, you need to take into account their age and sort of how mature their body is, and they're going through puberty and they're developing all the time. So you got to be careful that you don't overload the youngsters, I would say, because sometimes their legs are growing too long for them to keep up with, so they can be tripping over their feet because they're not used to having such long legs all of a sudden, and
right.
Stiff hips and bad backs and stuff like that. So you've got to be careful. But I think when I was sort of 15, I was training about 5 days a week, and out of those 5 days, it was maybe 7 sessions. So I'd have plenty of rest. I'd have 4 sessions on a weekend, and then the rest of the time I'll be doing 3 or 4 sessions during the week. That would all be land training, except for the weekends. But then it is a mixture of body weight circuits and then some rowing on the machines as well. It's just trying to make the most of what you have accessible to you. So if you have lovely water and great weather all year round, I would say get out on the water as much as you can, because ultimately that's where you're going to win the medals that count. So the better you can get your understanding of moving a boat efficiently and making it faster than your rivals, the better chance you have of making a medal. And that's where over here we have a saying where ergos don't float. So you can be really strong on a rowing machine, but it doesn't mean you're going to win as soon as you get on the water. So correct. It's all about trying to fill the boat, increase that efficiency, and make the boat go fast, not just your ergo.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So, Matt, what would a potential, race week leading up to a race day look like in terms of, training, meals, things like that?
Mm-hmm. Well, so training-wise, the volume will come down a lot. and we'll probably go down to maybe 12k sessions, and then within that we'll sprinkle in some intensity. So I think that last sort of week leading into it is a good chance to focus on the last few bits and pieces that maybe you haven't been so good at from the previous racing. And we're always told that in that last week you're not going to get any fitter or stronger, but you can get more race ready, more prepared to race. So you can increase that lactate tolerance. You can work on getting out the start blocks a little bit quicker. You can get used to moving better as a unit at the higher intensities. So the mileage from the training side will come down and the intensity will go up, just to sort of work on those small details. From food, me personally, I just start trying to eat more, just so my body is just overflowing with energy. And it's a weird thing because you spend all year knackered and feeling like you can't eat enough, and you're just sort of getting by, just tired and lethargic because you are training so much. And then that week before the competition, you feel like you're doing next to nothing. You're doing sort of 12k rows with some pieces in there. You're eating lots of food. You're staying hydrated. You're spending all day just sitting in bed resting, to the point where you're banging on the windows, just asking if you can get out there and start doing more. So it's all about trying to prime yourself as much as possible. And we're always told that we need to be so ready that if the race had to be done at 1 o'clock in the morning and you were dragged out of bed to race, you would be ready to race. You're fit enough, you're strong enough, you're primed enough, you're fueled, you're hydrated, and you're rested.
So Matt, I do want to ask you a couple of questions about Row Elite and what you've made there. Just give us a little bit of an introduction into it. What's it all about, and what plans do you have for it in the future?
Yeah, so I started Row Elite following the Rio Olympics. I felt like I needed something on the side to keep my mind off what I was doing specifically, and it's still very much rowing related, but it just gave me a bit of time to forget about what I was doing and focus on what other people were doing. So for me, it was a nice sort of a way to, weirdly, to relax, but keep working. And at its roots, it was originally a service where people could submit video footage, and then I would look at the technique and send back feedback. So it's a bit virtual coaching, but video analysis. Right. And then it just naturally evolved more into training programs. So at the moment, I do a lot of one-on-one remote training. So I've got a few athletes around the world who I write their training programs for, and I do the video analysis, and we have Zoom calls and just discuss race plans. And then there's just some subscription plans for people who only want to train sort of 3 days a week. They can just crack on with those, and we work through different cycles. So at the moment, they're preparing for the British Indoor Rowing Championships in a couple of weeks' time. Yep. So everyone that's on the subscription plan are doing all of those. But it also gives me an opportunity to go out to all the local gyms and the clubs and actually meet people in person. And we hold rowing workshops and technical workshops, and it's just a nice way of sort of getting back out in the community. And ultimately, I want to try and get more people that they've seen the rowing machine in the gym, but they've never wanted to use it. So it seems to be the piece of equipment in your local gym that never gets used, or if it does, it gets used really badly. So I like to sort of go in there and help people understand it a bit better. And through that process of, I guess, developing both mentally and physically, they then want to pursue rowing in a more serious manner. So it's a nice way of sort of getting people into the sport and then watching them excel at it. So sort of get more people participating in rowing.
And Matt, if somebody from, let's say, Sri Lanka wanted to, get your advice, team up with Row Elite, how would they do that? What's the pathway to get in there?
So it's very, I think it's simple. It's just, you just go on the Row Elite website. So rowelite.com. Everything is on there. You can download PDF programs if you want, and you can just work through those in your own pace. You can sign up to the subscription plans. They're all nice and simple. If they wanted to work with me personally, they don't have to go to, there's just one section called the remote training, and then you just click on that. There's a bit of information, but effectively once you sign up, I'll get an email notification, and then it starts straight away with me. I'll send you a questionnaire. I'll get to understand you a bit better. If needed, we can jump on a Zoom call and have a good chat and figure out what your targets are, what your experience level is, what your ergo scores are. And then based off that, I'll send you an invite, and I'll get you set up on an online platform that I use to write all the training programs. And then I'll start writing every individual session with target splits and stroke rates and rest periods. And I think it's an application, so you can have it on your phone with a messaging service. So if you ever have any questions, you can just pretty much send me a WhatsApp through the phone. I'll get it, send it straight back. And it's all very nicely, I guess, confined within that platform.
That's amazing. So Matt, we're just at the end of the session, and one thing I want to ask before we leave you is, what about the psychological aspects of rowing? And we all know the mental battles that we face when we hit that middle 1,000 meters or the middle 500 meters of the pool or the race. Is there anything that is done for you all as athletes, as professional athletes, that we could maybe adapt here?
I think, again, I think it's very personal. I think some people are built differently, and that mental toughness comes a lot easier, and then some people do struggle. I think the best way, especially with racing and ergos, is finding a coping mechanism that works for you, and then using that time and time again. So when I was younger, I'm dyslexic, so everything in my brain is very photographic. So on the longer rows, if I'm struggling, in my head, I picture my home stretch of water, and I can picture every marker along my river back home. And I can put myself in a position, if I'm in a single scull in my head, rowing down the river, I'm just checking off the markers rather than looking at the numbers on the monitor. I'm sort of visually going through a race in my head. And when it comes to the 2,000 meters, especially on an ergo, I always try and get that first 1,000 meters in the bag. And in the third 500 meters, I would chop it into 2 blocks of 250 meters, or even a couple of blocks of 10. And I had a good chat with Matt Pinson a couple of years ago, and he would do the same thing in that third 500. He would just break it down into 10 to 15 strokes, and he would use them as technical cues. So rather than thinking about the pain, he'd say, okay, 15 strokes, are my arms long? Okay, just for 15 strokes, I'm going to keep my arms long. Okay, that's 15 down, right. 15 strokes, am I on rate 32? No, I'm not. Okay, so 15 strokes, I'm just going to look at rate 32. 15 strokes, am I doing this? And then before he knows it, he's coming into that last 500 meters. And everyone can make it to the line in the last 500 meters, especially in that last minute. You've actually got 3 10 strokes. So it's just figuring out coping mechanisms that work for you. And I think the hardest part is that third 500. And I think it's something that you're not really told that often, but it's just acceptance. Accepting that not every water performance or every rowing ergo performance is going to be a PB or go your way, but it's being able to accept those, I wouldn't say bad rows, those rows that didn't go to plan, and still finishing them and accept them and then move on. The worst thing you can do is go for a PB, see that you're not on for a PB, and then stop or back off, because then you're letting the little mental demons start worming their way in, and then that stopping will happen more and more and more. And then before you know it, you can't finish a piece because it's not going your way. So it's just stick at it, accept that sometimes it's not going to go your way, and then also find a coping mechanism to keep up with that.
Yeah, that's brilliant advice, Matt, and I think we've taken up quite enough of your time. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to have been able to sit down and have this chat with you. On behalf of the OTRA, on behalf of the Sri Lankan rowing community, I'd like to thank you, and I hope we can keep in touch and maybe work together to develop the sport in Sri Lanka, in this little remote island.
Definitely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Matt.
Have a good rest of your day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading out now to the 2 o'clock erg pool, and we have on standby the athletes. They're ready to row. We'll head into some advertisements and go straight into the erg pool. Cheers. Iraj, can you hear me? Danushka, can you hear me? Okay, we are live at the CRC, ready for the first pull of the afternoon session. We have Iraj Fernando, Vice Captain of STC 2001. We have Danushka Jayanetti, Captain of STC 2009. And we're just about to get underway. Gentlemen, are you ready? Attention. Whoa. Both horsemen off to a very fast start. Danushka Jayanetti in the light blue shorts, keeping a very high rate here. Iraj a little bit more cautious. He's taking things a little slower than Danushka is. Iraj seems to be wanting to play the long game here.
Iraj is rowing?
Yeah, you're next. I'm joined here in the commentary box with Taral Shams, the captain of the 2001 Royal team. He is currently heading the Royal College Old Boys rowing.
I'm not.
So, Talal, any words of encouragement to Iraj?
Let's go, Machang. Take her home. Iraj.
Iraj, there you have it. You've been asked to take her home from now.
The right bird, Machang.
Danushka has now slowed down very slightly. It looks like his game plan. He's going to maintain a steady rate in the midsection, holding back a little bit for that finish. Iraj maintaining the same pace, looking around a little bit. He's concerned as to what Danushka is doing to his left. Just keeping an eye on Danushka's monitor. Both horsemen are focused. They know the task at hand and they are ready to do it. Iraj very concerned about what's happening around him. And Danushka takes in those big deep breaths, filling those lungs. He's really preparing for something big here. And as we approach the final 250 meters of this race, are we going to see a strong take home from Danushka Jayanetti? Or will Iraj take it away today? Iraj having beautiful technique here, really using his experience and technique to overcome any lack of fitness that might have arisen over the years. And now they're approaching the last 100 or so meters. Each horseman glances at the other and they're about to go off to a flying finish. Danushka Jayanetti has picked up the rate. He's shortening up the slide, using those big legs and lats, trying to push in the last few meters. Iraj has decided to keep a steady long rate, not going to shorten up. He's focusing more on his long and hard pulls. And Danushka has finished his 1000 meters. DJ, can we have a look at your meter when you're ready? A great effort by both these gentlemen. Lashika, can we take down the timings? Danushka Janeti 357.1. 357.1. And now we have Talal warming up for his pull. Eraj, can we have a look at your meter, please? So Eraj comes in with a fantastic timing of 401.8. 401.8. Excellent work, gentlemen. Talal, when you're warmed up and ready, we can start the pull. So coming up next, we have Naduni Pereira representing the Museus College Old Girls, and we have Talal Shams representing the Royal Fraternity. Naduni, are you with us? Can you hear us? Janna, can you unmute it? Naduni. Isuru adhering to the health and safety guidelines, cleaning down the machines after each pull. We are strict about COVID safety regulations here.
Hey, okay, this has started. Talal started.
Yeah. Okay, and Talal is off to a start. He's using his weight to his advantage, keeping it slow, taking it easy at the outset. He's been coached today by Eraj Fernando, his former rival. And Talal looks to be having a very easy day in the office, keeping a slow stroke rate, not doing too much in terms of rate. Eraj standing close by, he's motivating him, pushing him to keep going. Focus and determination on the face of Talal Shams as he cruises down this 1000 meter course. In the background, Janushka Janeti has given everything he has for the pull and is flat out on the ground. Talal demonstrating perfect technique, straight arms, a straight back, using the legs to push the slide. Excellent breathing technique, breathing out at the finish. So Talal maintaining a consistent rate and rhythm here. Gives a quick shout out to the crowd around him. We are not sure if Eraj is motivating or demotivating him. Huh? Where? From UCS. And Talal Shams is now taking it home. He has picked up the rate. A sudden boost of energy seems to have hit the former captain of Royal College. That's the Zoom. Yeah, and excellent pull by Talal Shams. He has shown us what consistency and consistent effort can do for you. So Talal Shams coming in with a fantastic timing of 4 minutes and 24 seconds. 4 minutes 24 seconds, 0.0. So with that, Royal has cemented themselves into a narrow lead in the 35 to 45 category. Talal Shams doing his part for Royal College rowing today. Coming up next, we have Naduni Pereira representing the old girls of Museus College. So while Naduni warms up and gets the equipment ready, a quick shout out to our sponsors, and a huge thank you to our sponsors, Daraz, Sparta Gyms and SLT Mobitel, giving us the connectivity to go live today at this event. So Daraz is the place to go to for all your online shopping needs, and Sparta Gym is the latest CrossFit gym in Sri Lanka, coming to you soon.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and My SLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under My SLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was some exciting rowing. We had the vice captain of the 2001 St. Thomas's team. We had the captain of the 2001 Royal team. We had the captain of the 2009 St. Thomas's team, all rowing there. It was a hard-fought battle on the ergs, and we had some interesting timings coming up. So we're going to head into the next two speakers in our webinar. That's Lizzie Chapman and Alan Bennett. Lizzie is an Australian rowing coach. She's a manager at NSW Australia. Alan is the director of sports at New South Wales, Australia. And Alan and Liz are familiar to us. They've been here with us at the Colombo Rowing Club and the Devanna Rowing Club. They helped us out, I think it was 2 years ago, just before all of the corona and all of this happened. And we were fortunate enough to get their input and get a lot of feedback from them. And I thought it would be interesting to hear what they have to say on their experience in Sri Lanka. So, Alan, Liz, how are you doing today? I hope you've been keeping well. It's been a while since we caught up.
It has indeed. Yes, thank you. We have been keeping well, but like you, getting through the coronavirus pandemic has been an interesting challenge.
Indeed, indeed, especially for sports. How have you managed or how have you been able to overcome the pandemic as directors and advocates for the sport? Is there anything that you all had to get involved in?
Well, for us, it's been very difficult in much that I'm involved in schools as well, and so schools haven't been able to do anything. We're in our term 4 we're in at the moment, and so we're just getting back into doing some training, but we can't do any competition. And so we've been doing a lot of online ergo sessions and online circuits, bodyweight circuits, trying to keep them busy, trying to keep them involved, which has been very difficult because I do an online session with us in the morning and then do an online school session. So they're spending the whole day online. Which is been quite challenging for them. Yes.
Yeah, not really helping with digital addictions and screen addictions that kids are facing. Is it? Yeah. Well, we've also been trying. I know you've been speaking to Anu, and you've been in touch with him, and we tried getting the ergs to the boys, and it has been a challenge, and it's. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I think it's somewhat encouraging to hear that it's not only us, that even at a level like you guys are, that you're facing the same challenges and are also trying to figure out how to overcome it. So let's get into the crux of our discussion, and what I really wanted to hear from you is was there anything that you learned or that you figured out about us from your experience working with us here in Sri Lanka?
I think the most important thing is that wherever we have gone in the world, the challenges for rowers are the same. To find a nice bit of water where you can do some distance without being interrupted by other watercraft, and where you can get fairly good weather, to find decent equipment so that you can actually adjust the boats so that people can row to the best of their ability and achieve their potential, and to have enthusiastic, dare I even say passionate people involved in the sport who help keep progressing it forward. And wherever rowing is successful, you have the combination of those three things. I've probably forgotten some others, but most definitely in Sri Lanka we found that. Sri Lanka itself, so beautiful, and everybody was so very welcoming and friendly, and highly educated in anything that they did in terms of knowing a lot about rowing. And what struck us was that I think maybe it's an Australian thing, but and a British thing as well, because we're originally from Britain and migrated to Australia, but people here are very confident that they're good at rowing, whereas we felt that in Sri Lanka you're good at rowing and you weren't very confident about how good you were at doing it.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. You have some good pieces of water. I loved going out at the National Centre on the piece of water, which I thought was a rowing canal, until the seaplane landed on virtually on top of us.
The Divan Canal, yeah. That was made for the seaplanes, but we've sort of snuck it under their eyes, I think.
It's exactly the same anywhere you go. You know, a good piece of water has to be shared amongst lots of users.
Yeah, so I mean, it's encouraging to hear that we've got a couple of the three components you mentioned, but in terms of the training and the physicality of the athletes, do you think there's anything that we are lacking? We did a lot of biometrics. We went through the paces of, assessing our Osman that year. They were junior, they were young boys, but what did you see? Do you think we are on the correct track?
Yeah, well, I mean, at school or whatever, it's very difficult because you sort of you have to deal with what you're given, so to speak. You don't. It's not like the national team where you can select from a large pool. You get what comes in through a door at school, and it's a question of also trying to balance that school load, their life load, and time management, which is what we do very well in Rome. We teach those sort of skills very well indeed. But the biggest thing that we find is consistency of training. You don't have to, go and flog themselves for a week and then have a rest. It's that consistency of training for a period of time. And sometimes we don't feel like it, but we just have to go out there and do it and go through the motions and try and get what we can done, as best as we can. But I also trying to sort of have benchmarks to work to in regards to either in the gym or on the water or on the ergo, and trying to sort of push those numbers and having monitoring on a weekly or fortnightly basis so that we can see some improvement. And it's monitoring as opposed to testing. Whenever we sort of say we're going to go and do a test, people get into a bit of a freak and spin and start panicking about things. But it's actually about monitoring the individual's performance and how that individual is improving over a period of time. And from that, we can see whether the training is working, whether that individual needs. If we can see for the group of people it's working, but there's one or two individuals it's not working for, we then need to adjust that workload for those individuals. They might need some additional sort of training or impetus to actually, sort of spark some change. Yeah.
So Alan, I'm just going to quiz you on 2 points there. You mentioned 2 things. You said it's about monitoring versus testing, and that testing can cause a bit of anxiety, a bit of apprehension. But I mean, isn't that going to be a challenge with doing the sport in any case? You are going to be tested whenever you compete. So why avoid it?
Good question. If I said to somebody, you're going to be doing a test, they'll start panicking about it. And it's also like the monitor is all part of that process. It's all part of that process of training and building that confidence as well. So you sort of see your confidence building as you see yourself progressing through the monitoring, and then you go and race. And then you might not do what you want to do in the race. You might not race as well as you do, or you might do better than you expected to. But you then come off the water and you have a quick check-in and analyze what you've just done. How did my warm-up go? Was my warm-up sufficient? Did I have a really good warm-up on the land and a bad one on the water, or vice versa? Did I have a good start, or did I have a bad start? And I always used to do this with my athletes, is that we'd have an analysis after the race, and sometimes you don't want to do that because you're pretty upset, or especially if it's a major race, it's too emotional to try to address it then and there. So you'd sort of have a bit of time to sort of compose yourself, come back and address it, but it does need to be addressed. All right. And you need to sort of see what worked, what didn't work, why didn't it work. and what was really good, and we need to make sure we do that again next time, but build on it. And if it didn't work, you throw it out the window and start again. There'll always be something in a race. It doesn't matter how good or how bad the race is, that is going to be good and you can improve on. So, it's a question of like building up your racing profile, your racing portfolio over a period of time, so that when you come to that big race at the end of the season, you're going to be bulletproof.
All right.
I don't know if you remember, but when we were there, we actually had a regatta at the end of the camp. We had some races, and that was one of our observations, that some people, through the process of having more than one race, and also racing crews with people they didn't know, because we pulled the names out of the hat, have the opportunity to really focus on the process of racing rather than worrying about the outcome. And I think that's what we're saying, that in monitoring, you are trying to reproduce consistently, so that when you go into a testing scenario, you're somewhat familiar with what you're doing.
Okay, so from what you're telling me, testing is sort of focusing a little bit too much on the result, but monitoring is focusing on the process and the progress within it.
Yes.
Yes.
Which makes absolutely perfect sense, and which also ties in with what I was discussing with Matthew Tarrant a couple of minutes ago, where he said, it's all about consistency. It's about setting yourself targets, and I suppose at his level, being a national oarsman, he does it himself. But from a standpoint of a school's oarsman, I think that's where a good coach would come in and be able to set those standards for you, or set those little goals for you, and then analyze it. Just taking a step out of the Sri Lankan scenario, what have you guys been up to since you all left? I know there have been a couple of changes in your positions and where you are.
Well, if we start with me, so 2018 is when we came across in January, and later that year I went to the World Rowing Championships as coach of the mixed coxed 4 in the para PR3 category. So that is what was called leg, trunks and arms. So the athletes that can use all of the major muscle groups, as opposed to PR2 where they can only use 2, their arms and their trunk, and PR1, which is arms only. So I carried on into 2019 and took the Australian mixed coxed 4 to the 2019 World Championships, which was also the qualifying regatta for the Paralympics. So we came 5th in 2018, first time that Australia had made an A final in that crew. We came 4th in 2019, so we qualified for the Paralympics. And then, of course, the pandemic hit in early 2020, and Tokyo Paralympic Games was delayed until recently. So in August, I then took the Australian Paralympic coxed 4 across to Tokyo, and again we came 4th. But like you, the COVID pandemic affected us pretty badly. So we've had periods where across the country we haven't been able to travel, and certainly haven't been able to travel amongst the different states of Australia. And then restrictions would lift. So in February we were lucky, and we were all able to come together in Sydney for some training, and then did selection trials out at Penrith at our Olympic course from Sydney 2000. And we had about 10 athletes in the squad by then, and we had some really good racing in coxed 4, and broke our record several times for our national speed. So for us, the goal was to break 7 minutes in the coxed 4, and we've finally done that, 6:59, which is exciting.
Wow.
But that was it. Then we went into lockdown, and we met again on the plane on the way to Tokyo, and we had 5 days to get ready for the regatta. So we were very proud to come 4th, but it wasn't the medal that we wanted. So start again.
How did you manage to keep the athletes in prime condition during the lockdown and not being able to train together? What was the secret there?
So we have a system in Australia where each state has an institute of sport. So as you mentioned, I work at the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and each institute is very professional and gives a lot of support to Olympic and Paralympic athletes or national team athletes. So we had really good coaches, physiologists, strength and conditioning, physiotherapy, massage therapy, psychology, you name it. There was a lot of support for each individual athlete. So when they came together for trials, they were in good shape. And when they came together again in Tokyo or on the plane to Tokyo, they were in very good shape, very fit. We were very lucky also in that the two guys, who the stroke man and three man, are based here in Sydney. So I was able to coach them in a coxless pair. And the cox and one of the girls were in Canberra. So they were able to row in coxed fours in Canberra in the seats that they were going to be in for the Paralympic Games. And then one girl was in Victoria, and the Victorians were fantastic. And they had her rowing in her seat in a coxed four, in a mixed coxed four, a couple of times a week for training. So we managed it really well. Lots of Zoom calls, Zoom meetings, and a lot of ergo. Yeah.
Right. Really, I mean, that's an inspiration. So just really sort of piecing it together and then just bringing them together at the last minute. Amazing work, and congratulations, Liz, on that amazing achievement. And Alan, what have you been up to? You told me you're really busy with training camps and things these days. What's happening?
Yeah, so we do quite a lot of training camps up and down the States with various groups, with either juniors or masters, and assisting Lizzie with para as well. In 2019, I went to watch at the Junior World Champs in Tokyo to actually sort of get an idea of what the course was like. And then also in 2019, I went to Hong Kong to the World Coastal Championships to actually see how they run, because that's going to become a big thing in the future. Sort of becoming part of our Olympic movement. So we need to sort of be on the front foot and be aware of what that sport involves and how we can actually develop it in Australia and be part of that.
I'm sorry, Alan, I missed that. What was it that about?
The coastal rowing.
Oh, wow, so, right. Interesting,
yeah,
right.
Coastal rowing and beach sprints will be part of, there's a possibility that the beach sprints might be in Paris, but they'll definitely be in Los Angeles in the Olympics.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's a good opportunity for Sri Lanka. You have perfect geography.
It's amazing that you mentioned that today, because we were just having a chat with a representative from Red Bull Sri Lanka, and they have plans to develop sea rowing. I think it is the same thing that you're talking about, coastal rowing in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So interesting. And now I'm just going to go back to something that Liz mentioned. You're talking about the infrastructure that is provided to you at the sports institutes, and you mentioned things like, you know, the physical therapy, the psychologist, the massage therapy, and I'd say all those elements are things that we really probably lack here. What percentage or what weight would you give all those elements in terms of the final performance of an athlete?
That's an interesting question, because some athletes don't require any physiotherapy at all. They seem bulletproof, and some athletes require a lot. But I would say physical therapy and massage therapy are really important, particularly for para rowing, where you often have a body which has an impairment, so that will create tension and torque. But I think that when you're in the heat of competition, especially World Championships, which lasts for 1 week, or an Olympics or a Paralympics, which lasts for a shorter period of time, certainly you're under a lot of pressure, and usually you would simulate that regatta situation at least once, if not twice, 3 times before you actually go. So keeping your body, if you imagine it's like having a car, I guess, if you make sure you're keeping that body in really good condition before you go into battle, it's pretty important. And nutrition is another one, very important. And I think all of these things, they enable the adaptation. We're all aware that the adaptations that we make through our training actually happen when we recover, not when we're actually training. When we're training, we're breaking down the muscle and, you know, getting sore and tired, but it's during the rest and that we recover, and also our nutrition and things like massage and physical therapy can really help that recovery and help that adaptation.
And Alan, do you think it's the physical therapy element and I mean nutrition obviously, but the physical therapy and I'd say psychological therapy, how important is that for schools athletes versus professional athletes? Is it equally important? Is it less so? What do you feel about it?
I think it's just as important for any level of athlete, and especially with the younger child as well, younger athlete, because they're under a lot of pressure. They're under a lot of pressure from school, from the academic side of things, and then they have to try and train outside of that as well, and try and have some social life as well. So it's very difficult for a school-aged athlete to try and balance all of that. And so there's a lot of, over here now, there's a lot of emphasis put upon athlete well-being at all levels, at the top end of our elite athletes, right the way down to our school athletes as well. And so even in some of the schools now here, they will have a psychologist, a sports psychologist, just to work with them to help them through it. And then also from a physiotherapy side of things, a lot of schools will actually screen their athletes when they come into the program, just to make sure that they are not carrying any problems that might affect them if they start rowing, or especially when they start sweep rowing, when they have that
unilateral
balance of movement there.
Yeah.
And so, we will get the kids screened from that point of view. And I say from the athlete well-being point of view as well, there is a lot now being placed upon that at all levels of sport, not just rowing, but all levels of sport. Yeah,
that's great. And
the biggest thing over here as well is that the biggest thing they felt that here has been the biggest challenge, or biggest change, has been the nutrition side of things. That our nutrition now, the knowledge in nutrition is far better than it was, a number of years ago, and the training is pretty much the same. The training load may have gone up a little bit with the elite athletes, but the nutritional advice they're getting is much more, far superior than it used to be, and that allows them to train longer, harder, and recover fully.
That's great. So I think that's something we really need to look into. It was interesting to note that the sports psychologists are provided by the schools themselves, so it's probably something that they use for all their sports and all their athletes. And it's interesting to note that they've got that system going. It's probably something we should look into. So we've got a little bit more time, Alan, and I'm going to throw this question out. I know it's a bit of a broad question. I'm going to throw it out to both of you. If you could give us maybe 5 points on what we need to improve to get from where we are, kids are hitting timings between 7:30s to 8 minutes. How do we get from there to a competitive level in the international scene? What do we need to do?
Well, one of the big things that we've found, one of the positives of COVID, is that we've done a lot of training on the ergo. And the consequence of that is that our training has been effective, a lot more effective, because I can't remember how long it takes to get from a school to the boat shed and vice versa. But, when you're on an ergo, it's there in front of you, like, especially for the kids, because all the kids had an ergo at home. So they were able to get up, have a quick stretch, jump on the ergo, and train.
Right.
So that we weren't here in Sydney. We waste so much time travelling. It's a very, very busy city. It takes a long time to get places. So for us to do a 1 hour rowing session, it takes 2.5 hours. By the time you've got there, got everything out, put it away, etc., etc. On an ergo for an hour, it takes 1 hour. So by being time efficient with what we're doing, and again, using those ergos as a monitoring tool to sort of see the progression throughout their training is really, really important. And so again, having those, and so I'm coaching at a school at the moment, and they do monitoring sessions pretty much every day. I mean, every time they do an ergo or whatever, it's recorded, and so we know how many meters that person has trained for that year. And we can see that when they do a specific ergo, well, we know that the girls that have got on to then go on to row for Australia, they were doing that at the same age, and we can sort of track that and look back at, our past records and sort of see where that person lies within what they're doing at the moment. So it's again that benchmarking of what we're looking at.
Liz, anything to add to that?
So my observation when we came to Sri Lanka was you have a real challenge when it comes to rowing equipment, in that you have to import everything, and there's also a challenge then in maintaining the equipment. So I know we had some interesting discussions with people when we were there, and you certainly have a fair amount of equipment, but I know that's a challenge for our regional rowing clubs as well, just the transport of equipment around. And you obviously would do the same as us, in that the better clubs or the national team or whatever would probably import really good boats, and then after a couple of years they go to another club or school, and then they work their way down to the clubs that have the least amount of money.
Yep.
And the same thing happens here. So I think that's a challenge for all of us, that the materials that are used and the knowledge that is there these days to actually maintain the life of a piece of equipment is probably good. But one of the challenges that is faced by everybody is setting up a boat so that it's actually appropriately set up for the person that's rowing in it, and that's where I think things like on the gates having the spacers that pop on and off. That's been a brilliant invention in my book. But just making sure you've got lots of things like that you have plenty of different sized shoes, and I'm talking from my school experience and my para experience how really important the right size shoe is as well. And then seat pads, so that when you've got a small person in a bigger boat, that you can actually set them up so that they're drawing up to the right height, even when you have used the spacers to get the height down, often the boat's a little bit too big. So
yep, great feedback, Alan and Liz, and we're just at the end of the session. Thank you very much for making time. I know you have a hectic schedule, and I hear Liz has been out on the water tomorrow at 4 a.m. Am
yes.
I right?
Leaving at 4, that's right.
Oh.
To drive a couple of hours to a rowing shed. Yeah,
I don't know how you do that, Liz. But great work. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
It's lovely to see you, and we're really very privileged to be part of what you're doing. It's fantastic. We've been watching it, so good luck to everybody. Keep enjoying the day.
Take care, Alan. Take care, Liz. We'll see you soon.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Some great feedback from Alan and Liz. They were here with us 2 years ago, and they're here with us again, helping schools all over the world and in Sri Lanka develop the sport of rowing. Now we're going to take you to the next session of erging, and it's going to be an intense session. The under 35 age group is really kicking in now, with about 10 or 15 more athletes to go. So without further ado, I'm going to take you live to the erg session.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and MySLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under MySLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the points tally for the day. In the above 45 category, Royal College leading with Hemant Gunatilaka clocking in a superb timing of 3 minutes and 53 seconds. In the 35 to 45 category, Charit has smashed all the records with a timing of 3 minutes and 32 seconds, followed very closely by Usman Fatar Ali for Royal College with a timing of 3 minutes and 38 seconds. The below 35 category has been the most competitive one so far. Arjun has clocked in a timing of 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Sandesh trailing close behind with 3 minutes and 31 seconds, and a well fought 3 minutes 48 seconds by Chirat Karunanayaka puts Royal in fourth place. The points tally stands with a total of 30 points for STC and 10 points for Royal College.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
Hi Chris, can you hear me?
This is one way of showing convenience, and My SLT is just another name for convenience.
Can you hear me?
Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under My SLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the next webinar for the day. And I have with me Mr. Chris Scott. Chris Scott is the 2020 European Indoor Rowing Champion in the 500 meter category. He's placed 4th in the 2020 World Indoor Rowing Championships in the same category. He's got a world record for the most meters pulled in 1 minute. And on top of all those rowing achievements, he's in 2010 he's won the Commonwealth Games. He's one of the finalists in the discus throw event. Welcome, Chris, and thank you for making time to be here with us today.
Oh, no, thank you very much for inviting me on. Good to speak to you.
So we are with you here from Sri Lanka, from the Colombo Rowing Club, and I was curious to hear a little bit about your story. What got you into the world of rowing, Chris?
In my early days of training, I was obviously competing in athletics. So, just as per winter, in trying to improve my cardiovascular abilities, I was using the rowing machine. So early on, it's always been part of my training, but much more in recent years, purely as part of gym challenges and stuff. I've been doing some of the sprint work. Earlier in my career, I was doing the 2K, or whatever everyone likes to measure their 2K against each other. It's a bit of a, but with the sprints these days, that's been closer to the track for discus throwing. So it's just always been a part of my training, really.
That's interesting. So even as a power athlete, you've been using rowing as a part of your conditioning routine. Is that correct?
Yes. So I traditionally, earlier on in my career, I'd be doing a lot more squats and deadlifts and stuff like that. But I actually had some back troubles a few years ago, and I was doing more rowing because it was lower impact on my back, and so it stuck in my program because of that. It's much less loading through the spine, but you can still exert large forces doing the sprint work. It's still a very powerful tool that translates across to other sports.
That's an interesting point you bring up there. So in a sense, what you're saying is that you use the motion of rowing and of course at the intensity that you do it at, you use it as to develop your power output as well. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, exactly. For discus throwing, obviously it's a maximal power sport, but the fatigue from doing maximal weightlifting exercises is sometimes too great. So to do it with something where the loading through the spine is less, but you're still generating large forces, means you don't have to spend too long recovering from it. So it has been a good tool over the years.
Right, and just brief us on how you, on the process leading up to your 500 meter championship win and then your 1 minute world record as well. So
the 1 minute, I should add a caveat in there, was I did the 1 minute on slide.
I'm sorry, Chris, your connection's breaking up slightly. You may have to repeat yourself on that one.
Can you hear me all right? I think I should be.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
You're back, yes.
Yeah. So my minute record was actually on slides, and I saw that as an opportunity because Big Phil did his minute as a static effort, and I used the slides. Which again actually becomes more of a quad movement for me than it does in using the back, which is where I benefit most from. And I thought I can see an opportunity here to sneak a world record in improving on Phil's minute, but using the slides. But I'm not very good at the higher rate stuff compared to someone like Phil, who comes from a rowing background. Because I come from a strength background, I'm much better at the lower rate power movements rather than the cardiovascular aerobic type sessions.
And in terms of rowing, Chris, you opened my eyes to the fact that the motion of rowing helps you in generating your power output for discus throwing. But does it work the other way around? What are the movements that you train in order to increase your power output on the erg? Are there particular movements that you do in the gym? I see you doing a lot of squats and well, rather heavy squats. I saw you squatting around 230 kgs a couple of days ago.
So I do quite a few squats, but not in the way that I used to in sort of a powerlifting low bar style, which is very hard on the back. All of the squats that I do at the moment, I use a safety bar, which forces you into a real upright position. So it puts a lot of the weight on the quad rather than the back. And again, that's because I've had back problems in the past. So I have put in some work into my squats, which do translate into the rowing machine in the sprints. But it works both ways in that the rowing sprints have translated back into those squats, which are as I say, the bolt upright safety bar squats. It's a very, very quad dominant movement.
Right, interesting. So just going through your bio, you really opened my eyes into the opportunities and the possibilities with indoor rowing, because as you said, we generally tend to just focus on your 2K timings and sort of flexing your muscles in terms of the 2K timings, but really there is a whole other world out there with the 500s and the 1Ks and even the 1 minute timings, as you've just pointed out. So in terms of the energy output, see, from my understanding, you're a power athlete, and that includes generating big volumes of power for a couple of seconds, and it really doesn't translate, or you don't really need to build up an endurance that you would to sustain that for 500 meters, or well, approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds. So how did you make that transition from being a pure power athlete into being able to sustain that for a period of time?
It's a difficult one. You're right in that the power aspect can only take you so far, up to about that probably 45-second barrier. If you're exerting maximal force, you've got about a 45-second window before everything falls out the window and your lactic sniper comes in and starts to make your split go up really high. But I see it as quite a maths game, if you like. If you can pull, if you're doing 40 strokes a minute, and 30 strokes of that you can pull at a certain split, you just need to progress up to being able to do 31 strokes at that split before it starts to tail off, and 32 and 33, etc. And ultimately, the last 8 or 10 strokes of any race, be that a minute or 500 meters, there's nothing else apart from the mental toughness that will carry you through, because if you're still pulling the same split at the end as you are at the start, then you haven't got out hard enough to start with.
Right.
Those last few strokes, there's no replacement for the mental toughness of going into the pain zone, really.
And anything you do in particular to really train yourself to overcome that pain zone and the area where you really want to give up?
So a lot of other people seem to do a lot of interval work. I've never really got on well with interval work. I much prefer doing single effort pieces regularly. So probably twice a week for the last 6 months. I've tried to get in at least some sort of single effort hard sprint piece and it's hard enough if you get slightly nervous before you're about to do it, because you know the intensity that you're about to embark upon. And the desensitization of repeatedly exposing yourself to that kind of discomfort definitely helps, because you don't have a chance to convince yourself out of doing it. You've just got to do that horrible session and get into that horrible lactic zone, not give yourself a choice to put the handle down halfway through.
And just a question a little bit out of the box. Do you feel that having to train for that 500 meter duration, the one, going over the anaerobic threshold, has that in any way affected your overall size and power output, or has it complemented it?
Probably complemented. I think to a certain extent, size helps with the strength in the minute and the 500s, and the strength is an important aspect of it. So over the last 2 years, I've experimented really. So I've been between 113 kilos body weight and 123 kilos body weight. And I've definitely been at my better in the rowing when I've been up at the 123, with even with a bit more body fat, just because to a certain extent, leaning away from the handle, using your mass to accelerate the flywheel contributes to extra force going into it. So I think the extra mass, even if it's no matter where it is in your body, as I say, I put on a bit of extra body fat, that has helped in pulling the lower splits.
Yeah. I think a lot of the bigger boys are going to be a little peeved by your comment there that the extra mass helps them along.
Up to a certain point, that is, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So just going back to your discus world record, and in 2010 when you were training for that, I'm sorry, not your world record, but the
that'd be nice.
placements. What was your thought process then? What were you even thinking about rowing back then, or what was happening?
So I had first competed in an indoor rowing race back in 2005, but I put that on the shelf a bit, and I was doing a bit each winter, but the focus was completely on throwing at that point. And I went full-time training in athletics in 2010, because my ultimate ambition at that point was to go to the Olympics. That was what I wanted to do. Unfortunately, I had my back injury just after that. 2012 was when I had my back injury, so I never got the chance to go to the Olympics. But yeah, for the throwing side of things, I was dedicating my life completely just to trying to throw that discus a few centimetres further. And so everything I did in my training, my eating, sleeping and stuff was purely to improve by small amounts over a 60-metre distance. Yeah.
Interesting. So you mentioned that you completely dedicated your life to that task, and I think that's a lesson we can all carry into any aspect of our lives. What was your motivation? Or was it motivation at all, or was it discipline? What helped you keep on that track and really focus onto it?
Yeah, that's interesting. The two words, discipline and motivation. For some reason, maybe it's my upbringing that discipline has always been there. It's never been a choice whether to go training or not. It's almost like in my diary, I've written down what days I'm going to train, and then I will train on those days. There's never the motivation is when you wake up in the morning and go, shall I go and train today? But that's never felt like it was an option. So I've definitely always had the discipline. Can't say you've always got the motivation, because sometimes you wake up, you're tired and don't feel like it, but the discipline is what makes you still turn up and do those sessions.
Yes, that was the answer I was looking for, and I really feel, having spoken to a lot of athletes, a lot of sports people, that the distinction where people say, it's difficult to find the motivation to do something, but then motivation can only get you so far. So yeah, that's interesting. And what about rowing? What's the future looking like in terms of, are you looking at going for bigger distances, maybe looking at a 1K or a 2K, or what are you thinking about next?
So there's a shorter term goals and longer term goals that I have sort of jotted down. I am going to compete in a 2K in a couple of weeks' time. Because I much prefer the lower weight stuff, and I've been practicing at around rate 19, 20, 21, 22, I'm going to do a 2K probably at rate 22 in a couple of weeks' time. And eventually I would like to do a sub-6 2K at rate 24. That's one of my goals. That's going to take some work to get towards that, because most people would think you'd need to be up towards rate 30 plus to do a sub-6 2K. So that's the immediate future. I've been putting in the work towards a 2K, but this is also in an effort to improve my latter strokes in my 500 metres, where I really tail off. I need that endurance, the aerobic side of things in those last few strokes. So that's why I'm doing all the over distance stuff, ultimately to contribute towards a better 500.
Right. So in going for a 2K timing or a 2 kilometer race plan, you said you're trying to stick to a rate of around 20, 22. What's the wattage you're looking at? Like, what's the power output you're delivering on each of those strokes?
I don't know what the wattage equivalent is, but the aim will be to stick around 132, 133 split at rate 22. So somewhere around 610 at rate 22 for the immediate future. and I've thought about it, and that in the last 400 meters, I might rate up a little bit if I feel I have to, but ideally I'd like to keep that as just a metronomic 22 all the way through the race. But if I start to see a faster time and a PB, then I might stretch my legs in the last few meters.
Right, that's interesting. And so what do you think your chances are of getting and really hitting that sub 6 2 kilometer timing?
Not within the next couple of weeks. I'll be focusing again on the 500 after that, so it'll be something I'll need to revisit probably next year or the year after. But I feel it's something that in the rowing world, you're not taken extremely seriously unless you've done a sub 6. That's the sort of barrier, because the 2K is the blue ribbon event. You know, I can go as fast as I like in the 500, but you need to have done a sub 6 to call yourself a sort of proper indoor rower and have your name taken seriously as a top level rower.
Where would the sub 6 timing position you in terms of the other oarsmen in your age and weight category?
I don't know really. There are a lot of guys that have gone sub 6, and I never really know, because I'm sure a lot of the top water rowers have sub 6s and do them regularly in training, but don't submit them to the Concept 2 rankings and stuff. So I'm sure there's a lot of guys that have done sub 6, and again, that's only sub 6. The top guys are doing 550 and 540, etc. So it wouldn't be that competitive. It wouldn't be as competitive as my 500, but that's more of a personal goal, that 6-minute barrier, I think.
Yeah, that's an interesting goal. And do you, at some point in your career, see yourself in a boat, maybe lose a couple of kilos and go for an Olympic dream?
You're right. I would need to lose a few kilos up. I think I've probably picked up the rowing a bit too late in my life. Although I have been doing the indoor rowing for a while, getting more serious at it, I've picked it up too late. I'm 33 now. There is some rowing history in my family, actually. So my uncle, just through marriage, is Andy Holmes, who won gold at the Olympics in '84 and '88.
Yeah.
So in my family, rowing's always been talked about. There's some rowing pedigree, and that would always be hanging over me if I decided to get in the boat, and I don't think I'd ever be able to compete against that.
The pressure from the family would be too much, is it?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. But you mentioned 33, and one of the next speakers is coming along is Kirsten Klein. You've probably heard of her in the world of indoor rowing.
Yeah.
And she's 33 and she's just beginning to step into a boat and is looking forward to an Olympic dream. So maybe
that's true. Actually, I was a bit dismissive of saying the age 33, but no, I wish Kirsten every success in that. She's from seeing her videos and stuff, she's really quite a specimen of a human being, and I think she's got a hell of a lot more capability than I have in terms of converting into rowing on the water. So I wish her the best of luck with that.
And Scott, have you had any formal rowing training now that we're on the topic? Has anyone really helped you with your technique on the erg? Is that where you think you might be able to tweak and improve on?
A few people have offered their advice, and I've discussed technique with a few people, but to a certain extent on the erg, how your body generates, for the short distances especially, how your body generates forces matter more than how aesthetically pleasing your technique might look. So I've seen some sprint techniques which look messy, quite terrible, yet are quite effective, and some that look brilliant, and you think they must be going really fast, and doesn't seem to translate into the flywheel. So I think I would say sprinting for the minute 500, less important technically if you can exert that force in there. So I've past a certain point, I've not focused too much on technique.
Anything in particular that really helps you? Obviously your training and your strength definitely comes into play, but in terms of tweaking your technique, working on it, have you discovered anything that really helps you move that flywheel and generate those big watts and the big energy?
So having just said that about technique not being important, one of the things that I have focused on is the drive length, which I think it's really important to exert force for a long period of time. So my drive length, especially on the first few strokes, is up towards 1.7, 1.8 meters, just on those first few strokes. and then I still try and maintain 1.5, 1.6 through the middle of the race. And that, for me, if I think about having a long drive length, I'm exerting force through that foot plate for a long period of time, and I'm wasting less time returning to the catch. So for me, that's my main technical focus, is just trying to be as long as possible on the chain.
Right. And what about the finish part of the stroke, where you really, get the flywheel spinning? Anything you work on there? Because, being a discus thrower, I'd expect that your pushing movement is quite strong, but really that the last bit is more of a pull movement using your lats, which probably aren't the most important muscles for a discus thrower.
The last bit, there's a little bit of arms and pulling there, but they're generally pretty passive compared to the effort that's going in with the legs into the machine. I don't think about pulling with my arms whatsoever. But yeah, maybe until the last couple of strokes when your legs are completely shot and you've got nothing left and you're just trying to wade through the last couple of strokes. You get your arms involved and stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely a leg dominant rower.
Right, that's an interesting point you bring up there. So we're nearly at the towards the end of our session here, and what I'd like to the question I'd like to throw to you is, let's say you took an average Joe, maybe about 85, 86 kilos. What would you recommend in terms of increasing his power output and increasing his work during the pull, whether be it 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 meters?
So a few people on Instagram, once I put these posts up of my times and stuff, they message me saying, "Oh, how can I increase my power?" And one of the first things I generally say to them is, the first place to talk about this is with your coach rather than me, because I don't know your whole picture. I don't know the rest of your training and stuff. But having said that, I definitely think strength is an underrated component in the rowing world. I think there are probably quite a few athletes that could seriously benefit just for some real basic strength training movements, squats and cleans and stuff, purely to try and exert more force. After all, if you're trying to pull a fast 2K, let's take Josh Dunkley Smith for example. What's he done? 5:35. If you need to be pulling 1:23, 1:24 splits for 5.5 minutes, that needs to be relatively easy. So therefore, he needs to be strong enough to be pulling 1:15 splits. So there has to be a strength component. If you're going to be pulling a reasonable split for 6-7 minutes, you're going to need to be stronger to make that level of force output feel reasonably easy.
Spot on. And I'm just going to quiz you on that comment you made there again. You mentioned that you thought a lot of the athletes, especially oarsmen, could do with a little bit of strength work. Is there something that you experienced that made you realize that they're not really focusing on it?
I've been to a couple of rowing clubs in the past, and the strength work is very much an afterthought. Which is fine, because the rowing and the technique stuff is vitally important, especially to rowing on the water. But at novice level as well, I don't think some of the coaches, because it's the same in athletics. If you go to the average athletics track, you won't see a gym attached to it. Whereas in the high performance facilities, where they have the strength coaches and the facilities around the high performance centres, and it all ties in together for them. But at the novice level, the coaches don't really have the strength knowledge, and the facilities aren't there, so it doesn't quite tie in together until some of these athletes get to a higher level. But at the same time, they're maybe not getting to a high level because they haven't got a strength base or somewhere to develop their strength in that novice environment.
And when you talk about strength, how many times a week, or how many times should they be training strength, or how many sessions a week should they be training strength and power movements or explosive movements?
Again, it depends what your ultimate goals are. But it's something to have a conversation with a coach. But personally, I squat twice a week. I do a pulling motion twice a week. I do a pressing motion twice a week. Depending on how my week, because I work full time as well. Depending on how my week goes, sometimes they're in the same session. Sometimes they're split before and after work. And sometimes if I'm lucky enough to work from home, I do some of them in my lunch break as well. So I've got a certain amount of sessions I need to get through in the week, and I'll try and squeeze them in where and whenever. As I say, sometimes in one session I'll be squatting, pulling, pressing, and that'll be done, and I won't lift for 3 or 4 days. And some days I'll do it in 3 separate sessions.
Right, so that's interesting. You break down your sort of sessions as opposed to breaking it down by body part. You break it down into compound movements, as basically a lift, a pull, a push movement.
Essentially that, yeah. So, and the structure of each of those sessions is there's always a heavy compound movement of some sort, and then some accessory work to back off afterwards. But the beginning of those sessions is always something of either heavy or high intensity.
Right.
I think that's important.
So you started with the heavy set and then move on to the sort of complementary sets, is it?
Yeah, exactly. So in a squat session, at the beginning of the session, I would always work up to a reasonably heavy lift, be that a single, a double, or a triple on a squat variation. And then after that, a little bit of accessory work. That's the accessory work is the stuff that you don't lift up on Instagram, but the accessory stuff is just as important as those big lifts.
Interesting. And where do you fit in your cardiovascular work, or do you actually do any cardiovascular work? Is it important for you?
So generally, I'm only doing 1 or 2 steady state UT2 style cardiovascular, and I've been using the bike erg recently for that, and that's something I need to improve on. I need to have more discipline in doing the lower intensity stuff, just to improve that general fitness, because it's all too easy to get in the gym and thrash out something in high intensity, but the discipline to do something not to full intensity is something that I need to work on. But I'm only doing that once or twice a week. And before the pulling session, sometimes my compound lift, if you like, is my high intensity short sprint on the rowing machine. So before I do the accessory stuff, which is the lat pull down, seated rows and stuff like that.
Right, interesting. So Scott, we're almost drawing close to the end of the session, and before we close up, I'd like to hear a little bit about your gym. I see you working out there. You've got an interesting group of people, and what happens there? What's it all about?
Is this the gym I train at in my garage? Because I've been doing a lot of work in the garage, and I've also been using a CrossFit box near us called CrossFit Portsea Island, CrossFit Portsmouth. I do like using group environments for some of the steady state stuff as well. It's all well and good training by yourself in the garage, but sometimes you need that social side of things with training as well. So yeah. That's, I do enjoy training with those guys.
And my final question to you, Chris, before we close up, for somebody who is really trying to balance two sports of such different energy requirements and power requirements, what would your advice be?
There does have to be prioritization. Depending on what your goals are, you do have to decide which you're going to focus harder on, because it's probably quite difficult to be right at the top of both of those sports. So for the moment, my discus rowing's taken a bit of a backseat because I'm focusing on those rowing, these rowing competitions coming up. And then as the year unfolds next year, the rowing will probably drop back and the throwing will have to increase again to more frequency. But definitely it's prioritization, just making a decision early on as to exactly what your short-term and long-term goals are, and then prioritizing your training, see what's more important.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris, for your time. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I wish you all the best with your competitions and your training, and I hope your back injury sorts itself out sooner than later.
Thank you very much. Good to speak to you. Thanks.
All right. Cheers. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Scott, the current 1-minute world record holder and the 500-meter indoor rowing champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take you now live to the next session of rowing. And let me give a quick shout out to our sponsors, Daraz, for all your online shopping needs, Sparta, the new up-and-coming CrossFit gym in Sri Lanka, and SLT Mobitel for powering the internet connection that's bringing this feed to you live. Over to you, Jonathan, the live feed for the next erg poll.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Taraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and MySLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under MySLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and MySLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under MySLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and MySLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought onto MySLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
about to get to the one before the last speaker for the day, and he's a very special individual. He's achieved a great deal for Sri Lanka, both on the athletics field and off, and it's none other than Dinesh Priyantha Herath. Dinesh Priyantha is check. Dinesh, sorry, we can't see you. Dinesh, update. Dinesh, video එක පේන්නේ නැහැ. So Dinesh is the first Sri Lankan to ever win a gold medal in the Paralympics when he won the men's javelin throw F46 category. He's a current Paralympic world record holder in the javelin F46 category. Dinesh, sorry, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. Dinesh, සුබ දවසක්. බොහොම ස්තුතියි අපිත් එක්ක අද සම්බන්ධ වුණාට දිනේෂ්. දිනේෂ් ඇහෙනවද?
ඔව් ඇහෙනවා.
Right. Thank you for joining us with us Dinesh. Dinesh ඇත්තටම මේ ඔබතුමාගේ හමුදාවට මේ කියන්නේ ජොයින් වෙන්න කලින් 2014 ඔබතුමා අවුරුදු 18යි ඒ කාලේ හමුදාවට බැඳෙනවා මේ ඊට කලින් දිනේෂ් කියන පුද්ගලයා ගැන අපිට පොඩි හැඳින්වීමක් දෙන්න.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම 1986 හතර මාස පාරාගම උපතපන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ කාගම දවස් වෙන විද්‍යාලයෙන් ඉගෙනුම ලැබලා මට සහෝදර දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා මල්ලි අක්කයි. ඊට පස්සේ මට අවුරුදු 13ක් විතර මගේ තාත්තා අහිමුණා 2009 දී 1999 දී ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් ඉස්කෝලෙන් අයින් අවුට් වුණාට පස්සේ මම ගොවිතැන් කටයුතු කරලා අවුරුදු 18ක් සම්පූර්ණ පස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විද්‍යා හමුදාවට බැන්නා.
දිනේෂ් එතකොට ඒ කාලේ වෙද්දි 2004 ඔබට අවුරුදු 18යි ඒ කාලේ යුද්ධයට බැඳෙන්න මොකද්ද තිබ්බ කියන්නේ කැපවීමක් තිබ්බේ ඇයි ඒ කියන්නේ මොන හේතුවක් හින්දාද ඔබතුමා ඒ වෙලාවේ මේ යුද්ධයට බැඳුනේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම පොඩි කාලේ නම් ලොකු ආසාවක් තිබුණා විද්‍යා හමුදාවට බැඳෙන්න. ඒත් එක්කම මට ඒ කියන්නේ පවුලේ ආර්ථික අපහසුතාවය ගොඩක්ම බලපෑවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට පොඩි කාලේ ඇත්තටම කන්න දෙයක්වත් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. කියන්නේ අපේ තාත්තා දෙමාපියෝ ගොවිතැන් කරේ. ඉතින් පියා හැමුණත් එක්කම ලොකු වැටීමක් මේ ලැබුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් තමයි පවුල ගොඩනගා ගන්න තේ තමයි විද්‍යා හමුදාවට බැඳෙන්න තීරණය කළේ.
එතකොට දිනේෂ් ඒ කාලෙ වෙද්දී ඒ කියන්නේ 2004 කියන්නේ බොහෝ යුද්ධ සෑහෙන දරුණුට යන අන්තිම අවස්ථාවේදී තමයි ඔබතුමා බැඳෙන්නේ නේද?
ඔව්.
ඒ කෙටි කාලයක් තුලදී එතකොට 2004 බැඳුනට පස්සේ කෙලින්ම ඔබතුමා මේ පෙරමුණට යනවද මේ ෆයිටින් වල අවුරුදු කීයක් ට්‍රේනින් තිබ්බද?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මාස 6ක පුහුණුවක් තිබ්බා සාලිපුර විද්‍යා හමුදා කඳවුරේ අනුරාධපුරේ මාස 6 පුහුණුව ඉමායන් පස්සේ තමයි තුන්වන ගඩේ වරදීනුට ඇතුළත් වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ යාපනයේ මුහුමලේ නගර කෝවිල් කිලාලි යන ප්‍රදේශවල රාජකාරී කරා. ඊට පස්සේ නැවත අපි කැඳව 57 වෙනි සේනාංකයේ වවුනියාවට. ඊට පස්සේ අක්‍රායන්කුලම් හරහා යනකොට තමයි කිලිනොච්චි නගරයට ඇතුල් වෙන්න කිලෝමීටරයක් විතර දිනවල තමයි වෙඩි වැදින අතර.
ඔව් ඒ සිදුවීම වෙන්නේ 2008 ඔබට එතකොට අවුරුදු 22යි හමුදාවට බැඳිලා අවුරුදු 4යි ඒ සිද්ධිය ගැන අපිට පොඩි හැඳින්වීමක් දෙන්න දැන් ඔබ කරාට වඩා.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම 2008 12 වෙනිදා 16 15 වෙනිදා රාත්‍රියේ තමයි අපි ප්ලෑන් කරලා තිබ්බේ කිලිනොච්චි නගරය කියන්නේ LDC සත්ත්වවාදී විතරින් කිලිනොච්චි නගරයට ඇතුල් වෙන්න කිලෝමීටර් 2කට මෙහායින් ලොකු පස් ධම්මක ඉදි කරලා තිබ්බා. ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අඩි 12ක් විතර පාරලා අඩි 9ක් විතර ජම්බර කාමක් කවලා ඒකෙන් තමයි පස් උඩට දාලා මේ ගොඩන කරලා තිබ්බේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් ප්ලෑන් කරලා 15 වෙනිදා 16 වෙනිදා උදේ පහර එල්දියක් කරන්න උදේ පාන්දර අපි 15 වෙනිදා රාත්‍රිය ඉදිරි ආසාව රැකවරලා ඉඳලා උදේ පාන්දර 6:30 විතර ඇටැක් එක පටන් ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ පැය දෙකක විතර දරුණු සටනකින් අර පාන්වත් තරණය කරලා අපි පස් දැන් මල්ල ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ නැවත පැයකින් ඉඳලා අපිට දැන් දුන්නා නැවත කිලෝමීටරයක් ඉදිරියට ගමන් කරන්න කියලා. ඒ කිලෝමීටර ගියා. ඒ කිලෝමීටරේ ගිහිල්ලා නිමා වුණාත් එක්කම තමයි මගේ අතට වෙඩි 3ක් වැදුනේ.
ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී දිනේෂ් ඔබට මොකද්ද හිතෙන්නේ? කියන්නේ අවස්ථාවේදී තරුණ අවුරුදු 22 තරුණයෙක් හැටියට ඔබට මොකද්ද හිතෙන්නේ? ඒ වෙලාවේ දැන් ඔය වෙඩි වැදිලා තුවාල වෙලා ඉන්න අවස්ථාවේදී ඔබ හිතන්නේ ඔබේ ජීවිතය ගැනද? එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔබේ දැන් සේවාවයි ඔබේ ඊටු සෙබලන් ගැනද? මොකද්ද ඒ වෙලාවේ ඔබේ මනසට එන පළවෙනි හැඟීම?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඒ වෙඩි වදිනකොට මම තමයි ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ පොයින්ට් එක මගේ මාත්‍යකන් තව දෙන්නේ කිරියා ආධුනික සොල්දාදු දෙන්නේ. ඒ දෙන්න මට තමයි බාර දීලා තිබ්බේ. මට වෙඩි වදිනවත් එක්කම මට දැන් ඒ දෙන්න දාලා ඉන්නත් බෑ. ඊට පස්සේ මම පැය දෙකමාරක් විතර ඒ කියන්නේ වෙඩි වදින පස්සේ මට ඊට පස්සේ අර ලේ ගමන නතර කරන්න අපිට තියලා තිනවා උපකරණ ඒව තියලා බැන්දර පස්සේ මම පැය දෙකමාරක් විතර උණුත් එක්ක හිටියා ඉදිරි ආරක්ෂකවලේ. කවුරුත් කාටවත් මාව ගන්න ඉදිරි ආරක්ෂකවලට එන්න බෑ. මොකද එල්ටි තත්ත්වවාදීන් ආටි සහ මෝටාර් ගහන්න පටන් ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ මට පැය දෙකමාරක් යනකොට ගොඩක් අමාරු වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම කිව්වා මල්ලි මට ඉන්න අමාරුයි. පොයින්ට් එක අල්ලන් ඉන්න මම පිටිපස්සෙන් කවුරු හරි එවන්නම් ගිහිල්ලා කියලා මම තනියම සෙකන්ඩ් ලයින් එකට ඇවිල්ලා තමයි මාව ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් ගත කරන්න එක්කන් ගියේ.
ඒ කියන්නේ ඔබතුමා කැෂුවල්ටි වීමට වුණාට පස්සෙත් ඔබ තනියෙන් ඇවිදන් ගිහිල්ලා පසුපස්සට ආපස්සට ගිහිල්ලා මේ ඉස්සරහ ඔබේ ඉන්න මේ සෙබලන්ට උදව්වක් හැටියට තව කාහරි එවන්න ඔබ කැප වෙනව නේද?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම ඒ වෙලේ ආවනම් අර ආධුනික සොල්දාදු දෙන්න හිටියේ ඒ දෙන්න ගොඩක් අසුරුතාවටපත් වෙනවා. ඒ කට්ටිය දෙන්න යුද්ධ අත්දැකීම් තිබුණේ නැහැ දෙන්නට. මම හිතන්නේ දෙන්න ඇවිල්ලා සති දෙකක් තුනක් විතර එනවා මේ යුද පිටියට ඇවිල්ලා. ඒ දෙන්නට අත්දැකීම් අඩුයි මම දාලා ආවනම් කියන්නේ මගේ ජීවිතේට හානියක් වෙන්න තිබ්බා ඒ දෙන්නගේ ජීවිතේට. මම ඒ දෙන්න ගැන හිතලා ඉතින් පැය දෙකමාරක කාලයක් ලයින් එක අල්ලන් ඉඳලා ඒක දෙන්න ගොඩක් ශක්තිමත් කරලා තමයි නැවත මම කිලෝමීටර පස්සේ ආවිලා නැවත එක්කෙනෙක් යවලා ඒ දෙන්න ශක්තිමත් කරලා මමත් රෝවාගත කරලා ඊට පස්සේ මේ චොපර් එක අරගෙන ආවා.
ඔව් එතකොට දිනේෂින් පස්සේ ඔබ මේ දැන් තුවාලගත වීමට පස්සේ ඔබ රිකවරි එකට එහෙම දාලා තිබ්බේ කොයි හොස්පිටල් එකේද?
ඇත්තටම මට වෙඩි වදිනකොට උදේ 10ට විතර ඇති. මම සෙකන්ඩ් ලයින් වෙනකොට 12 මාට එකට විතර ඇති. ඊට පස්සේ මම නැවත ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදා රෝහල අනුරාධපුරයට ඇගෙන එනකොට රෑ 12ට විතර ඇති. ඊට පස්සේ මම එහෙන් ඔපරේෂන් එකක් කරලා නැවත කොළඹ යුද හමුදා රෝහලට මාරු කරා.
එතකොට දිනේෂ් ඔච්චර සිදුවීමක් වුණාට පස්සේ දැන් ඔබේ අතත් තුවාල වෙලා ඔබට එතකොට මේ ජීවිතේ රැකියාවක් කරගන්නත් අමාරු වෙලා ඉන්න අවස්ථාවකදී ඔබ සෑහෙන මානසික පීඩනයකට ලක් වෙලා ඉන්න ඇති. ඒ වගේ තත්වයක් අතරතුර ඔබ ක්‍රීඩාවට යමු වෙන හිතුනේ ඇයි ඔබට?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම වෙඩි වැදිලා අවුරුදු 4ක් විතර ප්‍රතිකාර ලැබුවා යුද හමුදා රෝලේ. ඊට පස්සේ සාමාන්‍ය සෝයකින් පසු යුද හමුදාවේ තියෙන අය ආබාධිත රණවිරුවන් පුනරුත්ථාපනය කියන වැඩසටහනක් යටතේ තමයි පටන් ගත්තේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා පමණ නෙමෙයි සෑම වෘත්තියෙම තමුන්ට පුළුවන් හැකියාව තියෙන සංගීතය නර්තනය ඊට අමතරව අනිත් හැකියාවන් තියෙන ආබාධිත සොල්දාදු එක දේවල් වලට යොමු කරා මම තෝරගත්තේ ක්‍රීඩාව. ඊට පස්සේ 2012 තමයි ක්‍රීඩාව පටන් ගත්තේ. ඒ කියන්නේ නුහුරු ක්‍රීඩා ඉසව්වක් මම ඉස්කෝලේ කාලෙත් කරලා තිබුණ නැති ක්‍රීඩා ඉසව්වක්. මට ඉතින් හිතුණා මට පුළුවන් ඒ ලොකු දෙයක් කරන්න කියලා. මම ඒ අවුරුද්දේම පටන් ගත්ත අවුරුද්දේම යුද හමුදා අන්තර්ජාතික තරඟාවලිය නව ශ්‍රී ලංකා වාර්තා කියලා ඒ අවුරුද්දේම රම් පදක්ම ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ මට ඒ අවුරුද්දේම ලබා දුන්න මැලේසියානු තරඟාවලියක් 2012 පැරාලිම්පික් තරඟාවලිය සුදුසුකම් ලැබි තරඟාවලියක්. ඒකෙන් මම සුදුසුකම් ලැබුවත් මොකද මට ලෝක වෛද්‍ය වර්ගීමක් කරන්න ඕනේ මේ අපේ ලංකාවේ කරන්නේ නැහැ ඒක ලෝකේ කරන්නේ. ඒක ගිහලා මට කරලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. එහෙනම් 2012 පැරාලිම්පික් තරඟාවලිය අහින්න.
ඔව් ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඔබ සහභාගී වුණ පළවෙනි ඉසව්වෙන්ම ඔබ වාතාවක් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ වාතාවක් පිහිටවලා එතනින් එහාට ශනිකවම වගේ කියන්නේ කෙටි කාලයක් තුලදී අවුරුද්දක් වගේ කෙටි කාලයක් තුලදී පළවෙනි කියන්නේ ඔබේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් කොම්පිටිෂන් එකට යනවා.
ඔව්.
ඔව්. එතකොට ඔබ හිතන හැටියට ඔබේ යුද්ධයේ තිබ්බ අත්දැකීමයි ජීවිතේ තරුණ ජීවිතයේ තිබ්බ අත්දැකීමයි ඔබට ඔය සාර්ථකත්වයට සහයක් වුණාද? එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ කිසිම අදාළත්වයක් නැද්ද?
ඇත්තටම ඒක තමයි ගොඩක්ම සහාය වුණේ. කියන්නේ අපි ලොකු පුහුණුවීමක් කරලා ගොඩක් දුක් විඳලා යුද්ධ ජයග්‍රහණයේදී ඒ වගේ ලොකු කැපවීම් කරලා කියන්නේ යුද්ධ අවස්ථාවේ 2008 12 මාස කියන්නේ ලොකු වර්ෂාවක්. ඒ කියන්නේ නොකඩවා වහිනවා. ඉදි මරාගෙන ගොඩක් දුක් විඳලා ඒ කාපු අර ඉතින් නිකන් කාපු කට්ට මේක ගැන හිතනකොට ඒකෙන් ලොකු ශක්තියක් ලැබුණ ක්‍රීඩාවට. ඒක තමයි ලොකු මොරාල් එක.
ඔබතුමාගේ මොරාල් එකට අමතරව ඒ කියන්නේ ඔබට වෙන උදව් වුණ කවුරු හරි හිටියද ක්‍රීඩාවට යොමු වෙන්න ක්‍රීඩාවට පුහුණු වෙන්න මේ ඔබට අවස්ථාවක් සකස් වෙලා දෙන්න ඒ කියන්නේ උදව් වුණ කවුරු හරි හිටියද?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මගේ රෙජිමෙන්ට් සාජන් දසනායක කියලා. එයා තමයි PTI අපේ ක්‍රීඩා කණ්ඩායම් භාරයට එයා තමයි මම ක්‍රීඩාවට යොමු කරේ.
මේ ජැව්ලින් ක්‍රීඩාව ඔබ කියන්නේ ඉස්කෝලේ ගිය කාලේ එහෙම කරපු එකක්ද එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔතෙන්දිම ඒ කියන්නේ ජැව්ලින් කරන්න හිතුණාද? ඇයි විශේෂයෙන්ම ජැව්ලින් කියන ක්‍රීඩාවට ඔබතුමා යොමු වෙන්නේ?
ඒ ඉස්සරම අන්තර් රෙජිමෙන්ට් තරඟවලදී මම ජැව්ලින් විතර වොලිබෝල් කරා. වොලිබෝල් එකෙන් මම දක්ෂතම ක්‍රීඩකයා වුණා 2012. ඊට පස්සේ බැඩ්මින්ටන් කරා ඒකෙන් තුන්වෙනි ස්ථාන ලබා ගත්තා. බීච් වොලිබෝල් කරා ඒකේ අපි රනර්ස් අප් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කණ්ඩායම් ක්‍රීඩා ඉවරනට පස්සේ තමයි යවනා පිටිමල් ක්‍රීඩා තරඟවලට මේ ට්‍රේනින් කරේ. ඒ ට්‍රේනින් කරලා තමයි ඉතින් මේකෙන් අර මේක ජැවලින් එක තෝරගත්තේ කෙලින්ම තරඟයට සහභාගී වුණ ශ්‍රී ලංකා වාර්තා පිටවෙ තමයි ජැවලින් එකට යන්න ප්‍රධාන හේතුව. ඒ කියන්නේ මට හිතුණා ඉතින් පළවෙනි තරඟෙම ශ්‍රී ලංකා වාර්තාවට ගියා කියන්නේ අනිවාර්ය ලෝකෙම ජය ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා එදා හිතුණා මට. ඒ නිසා තමයි ජැවලින් එක තෝරගත්තේ.
ඔව්. එතකොට දැන් ඔබතුමා ඔතන මේ ජැව්ලින් ක්‍රීඩාවේ වාතාව පිහිටුවද්දී ඇත්තටම ඔබතුමාට ලොකු ට්‍රේනින් එකක්වත් එහෙම මොනවත් ලැබිලා තිබෙන්නේ නැහැ නේද? ඒ කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය තමයි.
ඔව් අර හිතේ ශක්තිය යම කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම කියනවා මට ඕන වැඩක් දුන්නොත් මට කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඕනම ක්‍රීඩාවක් සහ ඒ හිතේ ශක්තියෙන් තමයි හැමදේම ඕනම දෙයක්. දුන්නොත් මම ඉතින් ඉතා පහසුවෙන් කරනවා. ඒ ශක්තිය වෙන්නේ නැති මම හිතන්නේ මට ලැබෙන්නේ නැති හිතේ ශක්තියෙන් තමයි ජයග්‍රහණ ලැබෙන්නේ.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. දිනේෂ් එතකොට මම මෙතන ඇත්තටම ඔබතුමාට ওই ප්‍රශ්න ඇහුවේ පොඩි හේතුවකට කාරණාවකට. දැන් ඔබතුමා කිව්වා වොලිබෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට බීච් වොලිබෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ඒවටත් දක්ෂකම් දැක්ුණාට ඔබතුමා තෝරගත්තේ ජැව්ලින් ක්‍රීඩාව. ඔබට හිතන හැටියට ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් හැටියට පෙරමුණට යන්න ටීම් ස්පෝර්ට් එකක් වෙනුවට තනියෙන් කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරන එකේ පොඩි කියන්නේ ඇඩ්වාන්ටේජ් එකක් තියෙනවද? මොකද දැන් ඇත්තටම ටීම් එකක් හදා ගන්න ඕනේ, ඒකට මුදල් ඕනේ, ඒකට ස්පොන්සර්ස්ලා ඕනේ. ඊට වඩා තනියෙන් කරන ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරලා ඉස්සරහට යන්න පුළුවන් කියන මානසිකත්වයේ හින්දාද ඔබතුමා මේ ජැව්ලින් තෝරගන්නේ?
නෑ එහෙම මානසිකත්වයක් නෙමෙයි. ඇත්තටම මට ඒ කියන්නේ මට දැන් සාමාන්‍ය වොලිබෝල් ගත්තත් 6 දෙනෙක් නේ මේ පිච් එක ඇතුලේ ඉන්නේ.
ඔව්.
දැන් සාමාන්‍ය අනිත් කට්ටිය කරන බෝලයක් මිස් වුණොත් ඉතින් මට බයින්නත් බෑ. මම තනියම යවනවා මම කොහොම හරි ගේම් එක ගහ ගන්නවා. තමන් මගේ දක්ෂතාවය දාන්න පස් දෙනාගේ දක්ෂතාවය තිබුණ නැත්නම් ජයග්‍රහණයට යන්න බෑනේ. මට හිතෙනවා ඉතින් තනියම ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරලා ඉදිරියට ගියොත් ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ දක්ෂතාවෙන් යන්නේ. අනිත් පස් දෙනා හදා ගන්න මාර මගේ තත්ත්වෙට. ඒ නිසා මම ඉතින් තමයි තනියමට තෝරගත්තේ.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. ඔබතුමා ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් මම කියවලා බලද්දී ඇත්තම දැන් අපි හැමෝම ඔබතුමාව අඳුරගන්නේ ලෝකෙ පෙරමුණට එන්නේ ලංකාවේ පෙරමුණට එන්නේ 2020 රන් පදක්කම දිනාගත්තට පස්සේ ඔලිම්පික් ක්‍රීඩාවල. හැබැයි අපි කවුරුත් දන්නේ නැති කාරණාවක් තමයි 2016 රියෝ ඔලිම්පික් මේ ක්‍රීඩාවලියේදීත් ඔබතුමා බ්‍රොන්ස් මෙඩල් එකක් දිනලා තියෙන බව.
ඔව්. ඇත්තටම මම ඒ 2012 පටන් ගත්තට පස්සේ 2014 ආසියානු ගේම් වල සහභාගී වුණා කොරියාවේ. ඒකේ මම පළවෙනි ස්ථාන ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ 2015 ලෝකමාල ක්‍රීඩා තරඟවලට සහභාගී වුණා කටාරවල. ඒකෙත් 6 වෙනි ස්ථාන ලබා ගත්තා. මුළු ලෝකයේම ඒ කියන්නේ රටවල 174 සහභාගී වෙලා 6 වෙනි ස්ථාන ලබා ගත්තා. මට ඉතින් හිතුණා ඉතින් ලොකු දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ලංකාවේ වෙලා හොඳ පුහුණුවක් ලැබලා ඊට පස්සේ 2016 ජර්මනියේ පැවැත්වුණා 2016 රියෝ පැරාලිම්පික් තරඟාවේ සුදු ගන්න ලැබෙන තරඟයක්. ඒකට ජර්මනිය ගිහලා මම එම තරඟේ සුදු ගන්න ලැබුවා 2017 රියෝ පැරාලිම්පික් වලට. ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් හොඳ පුහුණුවක් කරුත්තක් කරලා ලංකාවේ දක්වපු දක්ෂතාවය වැඩි මීටර 3.0 ගණක් වැඩි කරලා 2016 රියෝ පැරාලිම්පික්කින් ලෝකඩ පදක්කම ජයග්‍රහණය කළා. ඊට පස්සේ 2017 ලෝකමාල ක්‍රීඩා තරඟවලදී රිදී පදක්කම 2018 ඒසියන් ගේම් එකේ රම් පදක්කම 2019 ලෝකමාල ක්‍රීඩා තරඟවලදී රිදී පදක්කම ලබාගෙන තමයි 2020 ටෝකියෝ පැරාලිම්පික්ස් තරඟාවේ සුදු ගන්න ලැබුවේ.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඔබතුමාගේ ওই දක්ෂකම් වාර්තා පේලියක් තියෙනවා. ඒත් අපි ඇත්තටම ඔබතුමා දැනගන්නේ මේ අර 2020 රන් පදක්කම දින්නයින් පස්සේ ඒක ඔබට පේන හැටියට අපේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කියන්නේ ස්පෝර්ට්ස් වල තියෙන දුර්වලකමක්ද? ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ දක්ෂතාවයන් තියෙන හැකියාව තියෙන මේ පුද්ගලයන්ට කියන්නේ අවශ්‍ය තැන ස්ථානය ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ අවශ්‍ය දේවල් දෙන්නේ නැති එක.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම හිතන විදිහට කියන්නේ මම අර කොටින්ම කියන දේශපාලන ගැන කතා කරනවා නෙමෙයි. මෙතෙක් කාලයකට කියන්නේ පහුගිය ජයග්‍රහණ වල අපිට ලොකු කියන්නේ මාධ්‍ය ප්‍රචාරණයක් තිබ්බේ නෑ. කියන්නේ අපිට අනුග්‍රහය නෑ. මොකද ක්‍රීඩා පටන් ගුණායි මට සපත්යක්වත් තිබ්බේ නෑ. මගේ වැටුපෙන් තමයි හැමදේම කරගත්තේ. ජයග්‍රහණ ලැබනකොට ගොඩක් කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා. අයිතිවාසිකම් කියන ගොඩක් කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා. නමුත් මේ ජයග්‍රහණය පිළිබඳව ඇත්තටම මම දරුවෝ කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා මාත්‍ය නාම රාජපක්ෂ මහත්මයා තමයි අපේ යන්න ඉස්සල්ලා කියන්නේ ලොකු ශක්තියක් දුන්නා මහේල ජයවර්ධන මහත්මයා සම්බන්ධ කරලා ඔහු ක්‍රීඩා සභාවේ සභාපති කරලා ක්‍රීඩා සභාවක් හදලා දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ මට විතර නෙවෙයි 60 දෙනෙකුට ජාතික සංචිතයක් හදලා වෙනම ක්‍රීඩා 60 දෙනෙකුට කියන්නේ තරඟයට සහභාගී වෙන පෙර මාස ගානකට පෙර මාසයකට ලක්ෂයක දීමනා දෙය ලොකු ධෛර්යයක් ශක්තියක් ලබා දීලා ඊට අමතර ඔලිම්පික් සුදුසුකම් ලැබු ක්‍රීඩකයෝට මිලියන 3ක මුදල් ත්‍යාගයක් දුන්නා. ඇත්තම ලොකු ශක්තියක් වුණා මේ ජයග්‍රහණය පිළිබඳව ඇත්තම මම ගෞරව කරනවා ක්‍රීඩා අමාත්‍යතුමාට සහ මහේල් ජයවර්ධන මැතිතුමාට ඒ ලොකු ශක්තියක් දුන්නා මේ තරඟයේ සහභාගී වෙන පෙර.
ඔව් ඒක වැදගත් කාරණාවක්. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඔබතුමා අපිට ඇත්තට මේක වෙන්නේ පිටින්. අපි ඒක අත්දකින්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි ඔබ දැන් ඕක අත්දකින්න පුද්ගලයෙක් හැටියට ඔබතුමා කියනවා නම් මේක ඇත්තටම දැන් දියුණුවක් තියෙනවා. මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට දැනක් දෙනවා. එයාලට මුදල් දෙනවා කියනවා නම් ඉතින් අපිට පිළිගන්න වෙනවා. අපි ඒක ගැන අපි සතුටු වෙනවා. ඇත්තටම අපිත් ඉස්කෝලේ කාලේ ස්පෝර්ට්ස් එහෙම කරපු කට්ටිය අපිට එහෙම ඉස්සරහට යන්න ලොකු හැකියාවක් නොතිබ්බට අපි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් වලට සපෝට් කරන්න එහෙම නිතරම අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. ඔබතුමා කියන වචන ඇත්තටම අපිට ශක්තියක්. අපිට පොඩි හැඳින්වීමක් දුන්නොත් දැන් ඉස්සරහට අපි මොකද්ද තියෙන ප්ලෑන්ස් දිනේශ් කියන්නේ ඊගාවට තවත් ඔලිම්පික් පදක්කමකට යන්න බලනවාද? එහෙම නැත්නම් තව ඉසව්වකට ට්‍රේනින් වලට යන්න බලනවාද? මොකද්ද ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙන්නේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම වෙන ඉසව්වක් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද මේ 2020 ටෝකියෝ පැරාලිම්පික් එකේ මගේ හිණියක් තිබ්බ අනිවාර්ය ලෝක වර්තාව තරම් පදක්කම ජයග්‍රහණය කරගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ 2016 මගේ ඉතර දාගත්ත දෙයක් තමයි 2020 මම අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම සම්පදක්කම ලබා ගන්නවා කියලා. හොඳ පුහුණුවෙන් කරුත්ත කළා ඒ ජයග්‍රහණයම ලබා ගත්තා. ඉදිරි බලාපොරොත්තු තියෙන්නේ බෞද්ධ පැවැත්වෙනවා ඒෂියන් ගේම්ස් සහ ලෝක මල්ල ක්‍රීඩා තරඟාවලිය. ඒෂියන් ගේම්ස් චීනයේ සහ ලෝක මල්ල ක්‍රීඩා තරඟාවලිය ජපානයේ. ඇත්තටම මම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන ලබන අවුරුද්දේ පැවැත්වෙන තරඟ දෙකෙන්ම ලංකාවට සම්පදක්කම් දෙක රැගෙනීමට. ඊට අමතරව 2024 පැරිසියේ පැවැත්වෙන පැරාලිම්පික් තරඟාවලියේ මගේ වාර්තාව බිඳහැලා ලංකාවට නැවත සම්පදක්කම රැගෙනීමෙන් පසු ක්‍රීඩාන් සමුගන්න තමයි ඉදිරි බලාපොරොත්තු තියෙන්නේ.
අපි සමු ගැනීමට යන්න කලින් දිනේශ් අපි මම ඔබතුමාට තව ප්‍රශ්න දෙක තුනක් යොමු කරන්න යනවා. ඇත්තට මට කියන්න දැන් අපි ලංකාවේ අපේ පොඩි මානසිකත්වයක් තියෙනවා ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඕන දෙයක අපි බැලුවාම අපි කැමති මේ ෆොරින් කෝචර්ස්ලා එනවාට සූදානම් ඇවිල්ලා අපිව ට්‍රේනින් කරනවාට අපි හැමෝම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ ඒක. එතකොට දැන් ඔබතුමාගේ කෝච් ලංකාවේ පුහුණු කරුවෙක්ද? එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙනම ඔබතුමා ට්‍රේනින් කැම්ප් එකකට යනවද? මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම කියන්නම් අයියේකට මගේ පුහුණුකරු ප්‍රදීප් නිසාන්ත ලංකාවේ කෙනෙක්. හොඳම කතාව තමයි ඉන්දියන් ක්‍රීඩකයා දෙවෙනි ස්ථානයට තුන්වෙනි ස්ථාන ලබාගත්තු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ දෙන්නම ආවේ ලෝකයේ අංක එකේ පුහුණු මධ්‍යස්ථානයේ තියෙන මේ පිල්ලන්තේ ඉඳලා ආවේ ජපානයේට. උන් අවුරුදු ගාණක් පිල්ලන්තේ ට්‍රේනින් වල තමයි මාත් එක්ක තරඟ වදින්න ආවේ. ඇත්තටම ඔවුන් තබියවා ගිහලා මගේ දක්ෂ පුහුණුකරු ප්‍රදීප් නිසාන්තත් එක්ක මම ඉතා පහසුවෙන් තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරා. මම නම් ඉතින් රටවල් වල ගිහිල්ලා පුහුණු කටයුතු කරන්න කියලා ඒ මානසිකත්වය නම් බොරු මානසිකත්වයක්. තමුන්ගේ හිතේ ශක්තිය තියෙනවා. ඇත්තටම ලංකාවේ දක්ෂ පුහුණුකරු ඉන්නවා. ඔවුන්ගෙන් කියන්නේ ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්න. තමුන්ගේ උනන්දුවක් තියෙන කැපීමක් තියෙනවනේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න.
අනිවාර්යෙන්ම
අපේ රටේ හොඳ පුහුණුකරු ඉන්නවා.
අපේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හැම දෙනාටම මේක වැදගත් මම හිතන්නේ උපදෙසක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඉස්සරහට. ඒතකොට ඔබතුමා කියන හැටියට ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා අපේ දැනුම තියෙනවා අපේ කෝචර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා පුහුණුකරුවෝ ඉන්නවා. අපිට මේක කරන්න බැරි වීමට කිසිම හේතුවක් නැහැ. කැපවීම ඇරෙන්න නේද දිනේශ්?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඒ කියන්නේ අනිත් අපේ ලෝකඩ පදක්කම ජයග්‍රහණය සමිති දුනානුත් මගේ පුහුණුකරු. එතකොට තව එක්කෙනෙක් චමින් සම්පත් කියලා අපි මෙහෙර පැරාලිම්පික් තමයි අපේ මගේ පුහුණු කරපු නිසාන් සර් යටතේ 3 දෙනෙක් සහභාගී වෙනවා පැරාලිම්පික් තරඟාවලියට.
ඔව් එතකොට මේ ජැව්ලින් ක්‍රීඩාවේ පුහුණු වීමට අමතරව ඒ කියන්නේ ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත් ඇන්ඩ් කන්ඩිෂනින් ගත්තාම නියුට්‍රිෂන් පැත්ත ගත්තාම ඒවට සහයෝගය දෙන්න කවුද? ඒකට වෙනම කෝචස්ලා ඉන්නවද? එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙනම මොන හරි මාර්ගයක් සකස් වෙලා තියෙනවද ඔබතුමාට?
නෑ ඇත්තටම කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා වෛද්‍ය අපේ ක්‍රීඩා අමාත්‍යාංශයෙන් පවත්වන ක්‍රීඩා වෛද්‍යයෙක්ගේ ඩොක්ටර් ලාල් ඩොක්ටර් ක්‍රියල් එතුමන් දෙලා තමයි මට උපදෙස් ලබා දෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ කැම් බීම ඒ කියන්නේ පෝෂණය පැත්තේ සහයෝගය ලබා දෙන්න එතුමාලා දෙන්න.
right ප්‍රදීප් එතකොට අපේ මේ අවසාන ප්‍රශ්න වටේට යන්න කලින් මට ඔබෙන් එක ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහන්න පුළුවන් නම් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් හැටියට ලංකාවේ යම්කිසි දක්ෂතාවයක් පෙන්වනවා නම් පෙන්눔 කරනවා නම් ඉස්සරහට යන්න මොන හරි chance එකක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔබ ඒ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට මොකද්ද දෙන්න පුළුවන් එකම හොඳම උපදෙස?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම හොඳම උපදෙස කියන්නේ අය ක්‍රීඩාවේ පරාජය තමයි ජයග්‍රහණය. මම අවුරුදු 2012 ඉඳන් 2016 වෙනකන් ජයග්‍රහණ කිසිවක් ලබා ගත්තේ නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ මම හොඳ පුහුණුවෙන් කටයුතු කළා. සමුන් හිතේ ශක්තිය තියෙනවා නම් මහන්සි වෙන්න ගොඩක්. ඒ කියන්නේ මට දරුවෝ 3 දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. මම 2016 ජයග්‍රහණ ලබනකොට මගේ දියණිය දෙවෙනි එක්කෙනා. එයා හම්බෙලා දවස් 2ක් ගෙදර හිටියේ. මාස 6ක් නොකඩවාම කොළඹ පුහුණුවෙන් කටයුතු කරා. සති 2යි වීකන්ඩ් 2යි ආවේ යාලා බලන්න. ඒ වගේ කැපීමක් කරලා තමයි ජයග්‍රහණ බලන්නේ. මෙවර 2030ත් එහෙමයි මගේ තුන්වෙනි පුතු ලැබිලා අපේ මාස ලැබුණේ ගෙදර ගෙනත් දාලා ගිහිල්ලා දවස් 2යි හිටියේ. ඊට පස්සෙත් සති 2ක් වීකන්ඩ් 2ක් ඇවිල්ලා ගියේ. ඒත් මාස 7ක් විතර 6ක් විතර නොකඩවාම කොළඹටලා පුහුණුවෙන් කටයුතු කරලා ලොකු කැපීමක් කරනවා ජයග්‍රහණ බලන්න. කැපීම් කරනවා ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න දෙන්න තියෙන උපදේශ තමයි අපේ දැන් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගොඩක් මුරුගන්නේ මේ ජංගම දුරකථන කියන මම බැලුවා දැන් ඇත්තටම පොඩි ළමයි පවා ගත්තොත් දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව කරන්න ගොඩක් පෙළඹෙන්නේ නැහැ ෆෝන් එකේම තමයි ඉන්නේ ඒක
තමයි සෙල්ලම නේද?
ඔව් ඒ ෆෝන් එකේ ගේම්ස් තමයි ගහන්නේ. අපි නම් පොඩි කාලේ ඉතින් මොකක් හරි කියන්නේ ස්කෝල් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ ගිහිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා මොන හැම සෙල්ලම කරා. දැන් ඇත්තටම ශ්‍රී ලංකාව කරන ළමයි දකින්නත් ආසයි. ඒ වගේ තත්ත්වයක් උදා වෙලා තියෙන්නේ දැන්. ඇත්තටම ඉතින් තමුන් කැපීමෙන් මහන්සියලා දෙයක් කරොත් අනිවාර්යයෙන් පදක්කම් ගන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව් දිනේෂ් ඔබතුමා එතනදී වැදගත් කරුණු දෙක තුනක් පෙන්වන්න කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ෆැමිලි එකේ ඔබතුමාගේ පවුලේ සහයෝගයත් සෑහෙන ඔබට ලැබෙන්නේ නැති නේද? නැත්නම් ඔච්චර දෙයක් කරන්න ඔබතුමාට ඔච්චර දුර යන්න ඔබගේ වයිෆ්ගේ දරුවන්ගේ එයාලගේ කැපීම් නැතුවත් ඔක් කරන්න බෑ නේද?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මට තනියම කැපීම් කරලා ජය ගන්න බගන්න බෑ. ඒ පැත්තෙන් සපෝට් එක තියෙනවා. ඒක මගේ බිරිඳ දරුවෝ මගේ අම්මා එහෙම සියලු දෙනාම සපෝට් කරා. ඒ නිසා මම ජය ගන්න යම්මුනේ. එහෙම ඒ පැත්තෙන් සපෝට් එක නැත්නම් අපිට ජය ගන්නට යන්න අපහසු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ හිතේ නිදහසක් නැහැනේ. අර ප්‍රශ්න ගොඩක් ඔළුවේ දාගෙන මට එහෙම ප්‍රශ්න තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මට ඔළුව රිලැක්ස් එකේ මගේ පුහුණුව කටයුතු කරලා ජය ගන්න යන්න කියලා ලැබුණා.
ඔබතුමා කියපු අනිත් කාරණාව තමයි ඇත්තටම කැපවීම ගැන කතා කරාම ඔබතුමා කිව්වා 2012 ඉඳන් 2016 වෙනකන් කිසිම ඉසව්වක් කිසිම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් දෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. අපි ඒක ඇත්තටම දැනන් හිටියේ නැහැ. එවැනි තත්වයකදී කොහොමද ඔබතුමා මේ මානසිකත්වය හදාගත්තේ මේක මම කොහොම හරි කවදා හරි කරනවායි කියලා?
ඔළුව හදාගන්න මානසිකත්වය ගොඩක් මමනේ 2005 ලෝකමාල ක්‍රීඩා තරඟාවලිය. ඒ කියන්නේ රටවල් 174 සහභාගී වෙලා මම 6 වෙනි ස්ථාන ලබා ගත්තට පස්සේ මට හිතුණා දැන් මම මේ අවුරුදු කෙටි කාලයක් තුළ අවුරුදු 2-3 කාලයක් තුළ ලෝකෙම 6 වෙනි වුණා කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යෙන් මට හොඳට මහන්සිලා හොඳ පුහුණුවක් ලබා ගත්තොත් අනිවාර්යෙන් ජයග්‍රහණයකට යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා හිතුණා. ඊට ඉතින් 2015 පුහුණු කරලා 2016 ඉඳන් මම 6 වෙනි ස්ථානයේ ඉඳලා ඇත්තටම ලෝකෙට බදාගෙන ජයග්‍රහණ කරා.
ඔව් බොහොම ස්තුතියි දිනේෂ්. ඇත්තටම ඔබේ ක්‍රීඩාවට තියෙන කැපවීමයි ලංකාවට අපේ රටට තියෙන කැපවීමයි ගැන අපි සෑහෙන සතුටු වෙනවා. ඇත්තටම කියලා නිම කරන්න බෑ දිනේෂ්. බොහොම ස්තුතියි අපිට අද කතා කරාට. මම දන්නවා ඔබ ට්‍රේනින් වලටයි සෑහෙන දේවල් වලට මේ ඔබේ කාලය යොමු වෙනවා ඇති ඔබේ පෞල් ජීවිතයටයි. ඒ හැම දෙයක්ම අතහැරලා අපිත් එක්ක මේ භාගයක් වගේ කාලයක් තුල අපිට කතා කරාට උපදෙස් දුන්නට බොහොම ස්තුතියි දිනේෂ්.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The current Paralympic javelin F46 category gold medalist Dinesh Priyantha a product of the Sri Lankan army and a great champion for Sri Lankan sports. And now we will be getting into the heated final battle of the day, where the seniors of our 45 and above category will be taking on the 1000 meter challenge. It's been a heated event, the above 45 category, with a lot of competition, lot of great timings, and will we see the tables turn on Hiran Dornagam, who currently holds the #1 spot in the plus 45 category. Over to the ergometers for the next set of erg pulls. Check. Check 1, check. Oh, you can have my shoes. 10, 11? Yeah. Other bag in the... Check 1, Sandesh, can you hear me? Sandesh, can you hear me?
Wait, it's Arjun, Devan.
Yeah, Arjun,
Sandesh is here though.
Okay, Arjun, can you just run us through who is going to be pulling in this first pull for the 5 o'clock time slot?
We have Nalin Premaratna.
Nalin Premaratna, yes.
Zidni Fazal.
Okay.
The gentleman everyone keeps calling Chanki, I don't know his name. Chanakavik was over here. And Niren Ranasinghe.
Shall we, so we have about how many? 6?
We have 4.
Where's Uncle ML?
Uncle Emil isn't here yet.
So we'll start off with these four once they're ready.
Yeah, I've told them they have a minute left to warm up. About minute to warm up.
Right.
Yeah, they're ready. Go to everyone's meters and set it for the light.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the competitors get warmed up, we are getting warmed up as well. I hope you've got your beer, I hope you've got your bites, and I hope you're sitting back and relaxed and ready to see the final two erg pulls for the day. We have the young Chunky Chanaka Vikramasuriya in the second erg. We have Niren on the first erg here closest to us. We have Zidni Faisal all the way from Mount Lavinia representing St. Thomas's College, and we have Nalin Premaratna of St. Thomas's College. It is indeed going to be a heated final two pulls here. The competitors are serious. They've got their music plugged in. They are warming up, moving up and down the slide, and it's a very tense atmosphere here at the CRC.
Is that my phone? No, it's linked. Yeah, linked. My phone. No, this is Arjun's phone.
Royal College clearly has a uniform color theme going on here, sporting the bright yellow colors.
Sorry.
And as the competitors do their final checks, let me give a shout out to our sponsors. Daraz for all your online shopping needs, Sparta, the new and upcoming CrossFit gym in Sri Lanka, and this was all made possible by SLT Mobitel, powering us up with a high-speed fiber connection. Chunky's got his glasses on. And they're off. Chunky off to a very rapid start, keeping it short and fast. Zidni on the far corner, keeping a longer slide length, lengthening out and depending on his weight to pull him through. Niren, quite a straight, upright technique that he's using here, but seems to be working for him, as he and Chunky have shot off the first 100 or so meters of this race. As we pan out to the left, we get a clear view of Chunky looking as fit as he was when he represented Royal so many years ago. And Nalin Premaratna in the corner. He is no stranger to the erg. We see him here quite frequently. Zidni Faisal is keeping a long and steady rate here. Shows no signs of slowing down. It's been a while since we've seen him in action here at the CRC. Niren maintaining his rigid technique, keeping a short slide length, but putting a lot of power into those strokes. Taking those big breaths, filling the lungs in, and pushing from the back of the slide. Chunky clearly has a race plan. He knows what he's going to do and he's just here to execute it. No frills, no fancies. Neither of these horsemen show any sign of slowing down. It's a electric atmosphere as we watch the first of the final two pulls for this evening. And as we approach what should be around the halfway point of this race, both Niren and Chunky are still maintaining that blistering pace, setting a rate of around 36 per minute. Zidni in the center there with the maroon shirt seems to be slowing down very slightly, but still maintaining a reasonable split. And Nalin Premaratna, experience of many years. He knows what it's all about. He knows what he has to do, and he's not turning back. And we hear calls for take her home. The Osman have all reached the final stretch of this race with about 200 meters to go. Nalin has now started lengthening out. He's going for more length on the slide. No signs of slowing down. We could be seeing the day's records being broken here today in this final few pulls. Chunky has now decided to take her home. He sees the finish line and he's decided to go for it. Sydney, the underdog, coming in strong. He's going to pull a hard final 150 meters. We hear the shouts of the crowd. We hear the shouts of the Osman. Everyone is pumped and the atmosphere is absolutely electric here. It is the OTRA Virtual Erg Challenge and webinar. Sydney Faisal really pulling through here. Are we going to see the under 35 category being shaken up by Sydney Faisal? And he's done. Chanaka is finished. Nalin has finished and Sydney has pulled through. Nalin in the far corner. A few more meters to go, but he knows his race plan. He's done this 1,000 times before. What an excellent set of pulls we saw here in the one before the last event. And Nalin doesn't seem at all phased. He could have done another 3 of these. Easy as it comes. Pasan going to check everyone's meters, making sure no one has altered their timings or changed anything. Congratulations to all the Osman who competed in this event. An excellent pull. Excellent display of sportsmanship. And we'll take a short break, and after some advertisements we'll be back with the final set of pulls featuring Pratap, Uncle ML.
Yeah, you get all the points. Wait, we had to show, no?
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products, bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and My SLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under My SLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
table updated after that very intense pull. Chunky Chanaka Vikramasuriya completely shaking up the above 45 category, coming in with a staggering time of 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Niren shaking up the under 35 to 45 category, bringing Royal to a huge lead of with a timing of 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Ramit Nanakar holding St. Thomas's College strong in the below 35 category with an excellent timing of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. With that, the total points tally sits at STC 23 points and Royal with 17 points, with another 2 pulls to go before we end the day.
They are only hanging on because that guy won it. 35 to 45 and 45.
So now we're preparing for another intense race here. We have Pratap, former captain of the Royal College rowing team and current club oarsman, club vice captain. So can Pratap and Abdul shake up this under 35 category and really turn the tables on St. Thomas's College today?
Yeah, that's good. He did
And the boys are getting warmed up. A quick word, shout out to our sponsors. Huge thanks to Daraz for all your online shopping needs. Sparta, the latest CrossFit gym in Sri Lanka, and SLT Mobitel, powering the internet connection that made this live stream possible. A huge thank you to Uncle A.R.H. Fernando for organizing SLT Mobitel for us this evening. So this is going to be an interesting pool here. All these athletes in the peak of their fitness levels, and the gents who have done the earlier pulls look on intently. Note to the spectators, Pratap's warm-up seems to be a lot faster than most of the pulls today.
the end of the
Yeah, yeah.
and all that. They're registered workers. Yeah.
Hello, Evan?
They're permanent workers, but they get that casual because they don't have a set day. They come whenever they come, based on the day that they come and how they come. We pay.
Check one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the final pool of the evening, and it's a family affair. We have Uncle ML, Lushanta, and Ashika primed and ready to go. Uncle ML is the last hope for STC,
Sandesh.
the final hope to win this category of the above 45 men's category.
Maybe for this for agriculture.
And they're ready.
Because also there's no tax money and stuff like that.
And they're off.
That's why you come to work full time. How is it? How is it? Yeah.
Uncle ML off to an easy start. Ashika with a strong lean back there. Uncle ML looks to be playing the long game here, priming himself for a quick takeover home at the end. Ashika taking it easy, looks like just another day in the park for him, smashing down the slide. Beautiful technique. Matching each other stroke for stroke. Will ML be able to pull this off for St. Thomas's College, or will it be another royal victory? Ashika showing what real power and technique is all about. Matching each other stroke for stroke. It seems like it's neck to neck from our point of view. A strong crowd has gathered behind these horsemen, and the intensity and the atmosphere is really building up here. Ashika looks very relaxed as he smashes his timings, pulling his way to a new record at the OTRA Indoor Rowing Challenge. Uncle M sucking in those deep breaths. He needs all the oxygen he can get if he is going to pull one off for STC. The call goes out. It's the final 250 meters of this race. Uncle ML looks like he's about to take her home, or is he building up for something bigger? Ashika has shot off now. Both these horsemen have strikingly different techniques to what we've seen today. Very easy, very long techniques. And Ashika is off. He's like out like a battle out of hell. Shortened up on the slide. And my goodness, is this going to be a fast timing? He is intense. He is really smashing it here. Shortened up on the length. Everyone's looking in now. And he has cracked it. Has he done it for St. Thomas's College? That is the question. As we pan in to have a look at the timings, it's a 128 split and a 312. What a pull from that young lad. What a pull. And now he's warming down at about the same rate that we were holding during the pull. And Uncle ML has completed it. Has he managed to pull one off for STC? That is a question. That is a burning question here today. As we have a look at it, 341. So I think the timings of the over 45 category will remain as they are. ML clocking in a time of 3 minutes and 41 seconds. And with that, we'll go in for some advertisements, have some words from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with the final scorecards and our final speaker for the day. Stay tuned for that. She is the current world indoor rowing champion. She is an amazing woman who has risen up to the ranks within the course of about a year. And we are waiting that now.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Taraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and My SLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under My SLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've come to the end of, well, almost the end of an amazing day of rowing. We've seen some of our more senior oarsmen row, we've seen the young ones row, and it's been an exciting day. And last but not least, we have the final speaker for the day. We have with us Kristen. So Kristen, just to give you some background, is the reigning indoor rowing champion. She's set 3 world records, and she's done all this in the space of what, about 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years, yeah.
So Kristen, thank you so much for joining us, for agreeing to join with us. To be honest, I was absolutely surprised that you responded positively, or you responded at all, because getting in touch with people on Instagram is almost impossible. So let's start there. What motivated you to help us out and agree to join with us and have a little chat with us?
Well, I was excited to hear you guys reach out, actually, because rowing is something that has changed my life, and I can't say enough good things about it. And I know we've spoken before, but I got sober from alcohol 4.5 years ago. And when I did that, I had all this pent up energy and stuff I just didn't know how to calm down. I didn't know how to settle down. And a friend suggested that I start rowing more, and I was like, oh, I'll try it. And at that point, it was just indoor rowing. And so I was able to take all that time and energy that I used to spend drinking and put it into rowing. And what it did was it changed my life. It opened avenues like this one, like speaking to you. I never, 5 years ago, I wouldn't imagine I'd be sitting here talking to anyone from Sri Lanka about any of my endeavors. So it's just neat what rowing has done for me, and what it's opened up, and also the discipline and pleasure that it brings me, both indoors and outdoors. It just can teach you a lot about yourself and your personality, and it's just a great sport that is just so beautiful also. So that's why I was excited to hear from you.
Thank you. Thanks again. So you mentioned to me before that you started getting into indoor rowing about 2 years ago, and it was basically with a background of CrossFit. So just tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is I bought an erg, the indoor rower, 10 years ago. Didn't use it. I put it away. Like I said, back then I was pretty active in my addiction, so I was too busy drinking to actually pull it out. And if I did, I would row for maybe 8 minutes and then jump off. And it wasn't anything impressive. I didn't care. I just didn't care about anything. And so that went into storage for a good 5-6 years. And then when I moved back to Texas, I brought it back out. We had some more room to put it in the living room and stuff. And again, I got sober, like I had mentioned, and I was trying to figure out how to spend my time. And it's sitting right here in my living room, and I just looked at it and I was like, well, I guess since I don't drink all day on the weekends anymore, I could do something productive or do something. And so I started rowing. I was introduced to it in CrossFit, and I had a coach tell me my form was awful, but I had pretty good power output. And so at that time, when I started rowing, I could not even do a deadlift. I had like super tight hamstrings. I just didn't stretch. There's footage of what I used to, like 5 years ago, what I looked like when I rowed, and it's just atrocious. I don't know how I didn't throw my back out. But so fast forward to 2019, I had some people on the internet. I started posting some of my times because I could tell on the Concept 2 leaderboard they were a little better. And I had a coach reach out and ask if I wanted to be part of his virtual team. And it just like blew up from there. I didn't even know about the indoor world rowing or anything. And there were these competitions I started doing, and I started winning. And so I was able to take that. And then my fiance, she's my fiance now, suggested that I start rowing on the water. And I was so hesitant. Anything new scared me. I was like, I'm not going to do that. Like, there's no way. And then 2019, I finally went out to the club that's in this area, and oh man, I haven't stopped. Like, it was just that first day on the water, I was like, what have I been doing? Why have I just been sitting in my living room rowing? So it's life changing. If you haven't been out on the water and you're able to do it, I highly recommend it.
Was that the first time you ever got onto a boat, or was that sort of the first time in a long time that you?
No. The first time I ever got on was just 2019. Yeah, I hadn't been on a boat, and then the pandemic set me back, so I didn't train because it wasn't until October 2019 that I joined. So the pandemic happened, and our club shut down. We were shut down for almost a full year. No one was rowing and all that. So I just kept doing indoor rowing, and then set some times that would that are close or are national team times for the times that are tested. And I realized I could do something with this and actually take it a step further. So I was able to get a boat, a single. I have a coach here who I've started working with recently, and in the past month, I think I've made more progress than I have in the 2 years I've been screwing around out on the water, just splashing around, trying my own thing. So yeah, it's moving fast, and I'm enjoying it.
That's incredible. And just going back to what you mentioned about, the way rowing and sport in general helped you with your addictions. And I'm just thinking about, people like Naomi Osaka and, where they've really found sports to be more of a challenge and more of a stressful environment, and possibly leading to things like depression. And well, it seems to be the absolute opposite for you.
Yeah, I mean, I get there. Again, I gotta throw it back to, I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I there's a program, and I have sponsors in there that have taught me how to overcome a lot of things in life and how to deal with hardships. So I got to throw it back to that. Honestly, it's a blessing that I have sobriety, because it's taught me a lot of life lessons. And so with rowing, I mean, I'm a regular person. I get frustrated as hell when I'm on that machine and it's not doing what I want it to do, or my body's not doing what I want it to do out on the water. I get in my head a lot. I'm like, well, I suck. I should quit. This is like all those negative thoughts. I have them just like everyone else does. The only difference is I say no. I'm like, I let them go, but I don't dwell on them. And then I know that tomorrow might be a better day. It might not. It just, we'll see. But the thing that I've really learned with like sobriety and with rowing, I'm obviously trying to accomplish something that's difficult. And most people have some type of goal, whether it be with rowing or work or another athletic endeavor. And it's going to be hard, or you would have already achieved it. So I've kind of come to realize that what I'm trying to achieve is difficult. So the days there's days I want to cry. There's days, I'm going to be honest, there's days I cry. I'm like, I'm just getting worse. Like I told him, I looked at my coach today, I was like, I'm getting worse. And he was like, no, it's getting better. So I just give myself grace. And I know I still have all those awful thoughts, but I just try and let them go. They come, you can't stop them. That's the thing. I don't try and be like, these thoughts shouldn't come. Just like, I feel like us as human beings, those are natural thoughts to have. We play the comparison game. We get down on ourselves. It's just easy to do. And so I just let them come, but I let them go. I don't dwell on them, and I just move on and hope the next day is better. It's not always, but I just try my best. So.
That's amazing. That's so I think that's a great lesson for especially some of the young oarsmen. And when we really do get into competitive seasons, it can be pretty stressful. I mean, obviously not at a level where you're a world-class athlete like you are, but just hearing that even somebody at your level does go through that, and as you said, you feel that you're just another human being, another athlete, that's definitely going to be helpful for a lot of the younger kids. We've got pressures with your studies, you've got pressures with your homes and things like that, and that's incredible. That's really a helpful tip. So just getting back into your career, when you started off, you mentioned that you were about 5 foot 8 inches, and that really wasn't the sort of stature that's expected of an oarsman or oarswoman. I think the average height, as mentioned on a couple of sites, is about 170 centimeters for a oarswoman. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, they won't look at you, I'm pretty sure, unless you're over like 5'10". Like they don't like to. No one on the national team is under 5'10" really. So yeah, I've had coaches tell me I'm too short, but I just let that go too. I'm like, well, no one can really tell me what I'm gonna do or anything like that. I just don't let it affect me. Like it's been said to me a couple times that I'm too short for this sport, but it's not gonna stop me at all. So I don't dwell on that.
Is there anything in particular that you've tweaked in terms of your technique or in the way you train or the way you approach training that really sort of helps you overcome that
Yeah, I try to honestly still do a lot of CrossFit. I do a lot more weight training than I think most programs incorporate. I still lift a lot and do a lot of cross training. I bike obviously a lot. I cycle a lot. But what I think helps is that I have a good power output and a good muscle composition. So because I'm able to generate those watts and stuff. It's just I don't have the angles needed, when we're talking about dynamics and all that that would help if I was like 6 foot. So I just pour my heart into it. I know I'm already at a disadvantage because I'm shorter, so I have to work that much harder. So there's days where I'm like, I don't want to do this. And I'm like, yeah, well, there's 6 foot girls. They can just pull that number because they're that height. You got to get that. Like this morning I was out in my garage lifting and I was like, I don't want to be squatting right now. And I just started thinking about that. I was like, those girls are already at an advantage, so you better keep working. So that's what when you're the underdog, you got to fight. And that's kind of like what I think about a lot. I'm like, you're already the underdog, so you got to claw your way up there.
Well, yeah, that's a brilliant way to approach it. You're the underdog, you've got nothing to lose, and you're going to really, that's amazing. And well, that actually brings me to one of the questions that I was going to save for the end, but now that we're on the subject of weight training, and you mentioned that you do lift a lot. So this question is coming in from one of the coaches. He was and is still involved in the national rowing team. He's also the coach of one of the most successful ladies schools rowing teams here, so Mr. Kannangara. And his question was to do with weight training specifically. His thoughts were that in general, the approach in the States is a little away from weight training or is not too focused or centered around weight training. And he just wanted to know what your thoughts were and what your approach is.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I've seen also with other programs. There is weight training, but it's minimal and it's not, the movements are more about explosiveness and stuff like that. And what I try and focus on is actual strength. I work hard at just building strength and being able to lift. So yeah, I do. For me, it works. That's what I focus on is I lift 3 to 4 times a week. And I do a Metcon or an AMREP. It's a CrossFit style workout where I'm doing some type of just weightlifting, it incorporates a lot of different movements. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the CrossFit style WODs, but I do that. Yeah, I do that 3 to 4 times a week. And I did CrossFit only for years leading up to rowing. So I'd already kind of built the muscle memory and muscle composition prior to rowing. And now I maintain it because I do a lot. Most of my time is spent on the water or on the machine. So I spend 3 to 4 hours just doing cardio training, and it's hard to keep muscle on. So for that, I feel like I actually do try to incorporate more strength building because it's in the long run, it's helped me. It really has.
And so you said 3 to 4 hours. Is that 3 to 4 hours a day, or is it?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So it's 3 to 4 hours a day. I get up. My morning starts at 3 a.m. and I get it all done before 8, so I can work. I work from home. I do a full-time job. So yeah, it's I do this morning it was an hour and a half in the double, and then or an hour 10 in the double, and then it was 40 times 2 steady state, so 40 minutes times 2 but recently a lot of it's not high cardio stuff. It's more of I'm focusing on getting better, so I'm doing a lot of drills and stuff. It's more of let's fix my form, not necessarily let's go hard for 3 hours or anything like that. It's more just focusing on cleaning everything up so I can row faster.
Yeah. And again, this is also another question from the same coach. So he's was wanting to know a little bit about volumes of training, and it's interesting that you say you still continue with your CrossFit, and is it really do you break your training down into phases, and go through phases of building and then, you know, strength endurance with explosive power towards your events? Or how does it work? I mean,
yeah, so for my days where I lift weights, like I said, it's 3 to 4 days a week, and it's a strength component, and then so I'll either do like a front squat or a back squat or a deadlift, and then it is I also do a Metcon, which is, like I said, like a 10 to 15 minute workout where I'm doing maybe like box jump, wall balls, and cleans, like all in a workout, so my heart rate gets up. And then I do a accessory work. So this morning I was doing some lunges with weight on my back, and what else was there? Just stuff that I was working on weaknesses with accessory work. And then there's always a fourth component, which is a finisher. And this morning it was just abs. It was doing hollow holds and some tricep extension things. So it's, yeah, so there's always 4 components to it. So it's weightlifting, Metcon, weaknesses, and then a finisher, just a little burner type thing.
and this is on the same day you just finished a 3-hour session in the morning?
They'll rotate. So yeah, it just kind of, my entire training will be 3 to 4 hours. So it's never over that.
Right.
So
okay.
Yeah.
So it's a 3 to 4 hour session a day with its weight.
That's including weight training. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And how do you manage to maintain that over a period of time? Because, you know, you're going to get a significant amount of volume loss or muscle loss, and
right. Well, that was the issue. Was that I was losing muscle because I was doing just a ton of cardio. And I also wasn't intake for females, especially. We have I was struggling getting in enough protein. So my fiance is a nutritionist, and she got me on a new program, and I started eating enough protein for what I was doing, first of all. But also I have a full rest day once a week. And then the other thing is I'm a creature of habit. Like it's something that days where I don't train, like they're difficult for me. I like the consistency. I like the discipline. It helps me, honestly, with my sobriety. It helps me stay disciplined in all facets of my life. So right. It's not too difficult for me. But the one main thing I do is I listen to my body. Like just the other day, I had already warmed up, hopped on the erg, and something just went in my back shoulder, and I was like, oh, that's not good. And I immediately stopped. I finished my training on the bike erg instead. I don't force it. Like if my knees hurt when I squat, which occasionally they do, I don't squat that day. I switch it up and I deadlift or something like that. I have been very blessed not to have any injuries really when it comes to training. So what I think is important, what I've learned is that I listen to my body. It's not that I have this little ache, so I'm not going to train the whole day. If I have an ache, I switch it up. I do something that's not going to aggravate the ache or accelerate it or anything like that.
Yeah, it's great that you mentioned that, because, you know, we've got a bit of a culture of, you know, you got an ache, just, you know, rub some mud on it and keep going, which really doesn't, at least I don't think it really works in the long run, because you build up injuries and then you just keep on adding to it, because then you got imbalances here and there, and, you know, it's not a sustainable way to go forward. Just another question on training. You mentioned that you've now got a coach and he's involved in your rowing, but so up until this point, it's just been whatever you've been doing on your own, or?
I was on my own for a long time, and I was not doing anything that I needed to do. But in October of last year, I started working with a coach. He's out in New Zealand, so he was doing all my programming, and we would meet on Zoom sometimes. And he was helping me, and he still does programming. I still follow it for the most part. It was rough these past couple of months because I had a lot going on. But oh, sorry.
No, that's all right.
You still there? Sorry. Yes. So he did all my programming, and I would send him videos, and he would be like, try and fix this, try and fix that. It was getting difficult because I felt like I was making advancements, but I still was needing that hands-on training. And so the other morning, I was like a month ago, I was at my club, and there was a guy I've seen a few times, and I had never spoken to him. And I said, hey, because he's a really good rower, and I just asked if he coached or could take me out on the water sometime. Turns out he's a U.S. like rowing coach, and he's won like national titles he's from England, I believe. Like, and he's just, I mean, it's amazing. And he also can work with my schedule, because anyone else I had really talked to couldn't meet me that early in the morning, because I'm out there and it's so dark. I'm at the clubhouse by like 5:30, you know, so I was like, oh wow. And it's just been a game changer having somebody in the boat with me or in a single next to me, because I had no direction really, and it's helped me a ton. So yeah, I lost some time because I was pretty much coaching myself, which meant I was just doing what I wanted, what I enjoyed, and that didn't help. But now I think things are going to start moving quickly, and he knows that my goals are to make it to the Olympics, the next Olympics, and he's 100% behind it. So I feel very blessed to have encountered him that morning and stuff. So it's going well.
That's right. I'm going to ask you a bit of a personal question on my part. So something I really noticed with a lot of the international rowsmen, just looking at their techniques and their styles, is that they really have a lot of reach on their upper bodies, which, as you know, people of shorter stature, we find it difficult. And I specifically used to find it that my upper body is, you know, I sit relatively short in the boat. How does he do anything to help you overcome that? I know some people use the little seats or the little sponges that, yeah. Because
he's put one in my boat. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
getting the leverage is just impossible.
So yeah, I got my own boat back in February. Have the rigging all wrong. I pretty much knew that, but I couldn't figure out. I played with it some, and then he came in. He actually gave me a book about sculling. I read it. He said, read the part about rigging. We're gonna fix your boat. The next morning I came in and we redid all the rigging and moved my the feet down, because I have a hard time getting to the catch position as well, with my shins vertical. And then, he gave me a seat. He was like, let's move that. So there's a pad thing that helps me get in a better position as well. So yeah, that's one thing we did do. But again, I've only been working with him for about a month. So he wants to keep critiquing and playing with things. And he said the most important thing is that I just feel comfortable. And honestly, with the seat, I feel like it helps. I enjoy it. So.
Have you tried using that on the ergo as well?
I used the ergo. I was using it, not that specific, not that seat, but for a long time, I was using a pad on the seat just because or on the erg, because I was sitting on it for so long. But I would just, it was a cloth one, and I just would sweat on it, and it just would stay all sweaty. So I just threw that thing out. Yeah. I have not tried with the seat that he's given me. I need to, because he said I need to be using that on the erg as well. So. Yeah.
Good. So just one last question on, and again, this is from one of the school's coaches. He's the coach of one of our boys rowing teams, the St. Thomas's College rowing team, my school. So his question is to do with your race plan. What he wanted to know is, on a 2-kilometer race, basically, do you just go set yourself a split and then follow it, or is it that you have a bit of a peak at the beginning and then taper it down towards the middle and then a peak at the end? What works for you?
Yeah, I learned the hard way to run my own race. I tried to keep up with other people by just going out hot, and it didn't work for me. So yeah, I learned that the hard way, and then now I stick to my own game plan, which I know what my splits are and where I can hold it and hit what I want to hit. So I don't get down in that hot and heavy area too quick. So when I start, I know where I want to be for the first 400, 500, and it's fast, but not let's kill yourself. The next 500. The next 2 500s, yeah, I pull back a little. I have to. With 300 meters left is when I go to failure. So yeah, it's let's go fast, slow down a little, and then go all out with 300 left. Yeah, 300 to 250. If I start trying to kill it, anything prior to 300, that's when the lactic acid builds up, and that's when I still have 50 meters left and I'm not moving. So like my body is completely shut down. So yeah, that's my sweet spot, but I've done it enough and played with it enough that that's how I know that works really well for me. So.
Great, yeah. And just another thing on your race plan, sort of leading up to it, maybe the week before or the days before, is there anything that you tweak with your training? I mean, you know, I don't think you'd be doing a 3-hour session on the.
No, yeah, no. I take 2 days out. So like, let's say if I was racing on Saturday, on Thursday, I would do a light bike, maybe an hour, and then a lot of stretching. And then the next day, I literally would only like maybe walk for 20 minutes, like walk my dog or something. I'm not really going to do anything more than 20 to 30 minutes. I'm not going to lay around, but I'm still going to just get out and move a little. And then again, a lot of stretching. So I don't, and of course, like leading up to it, I'm not doing as much. Like the week of, I also tailor back a lot. I'm not going to, that Monday, I'm not going to do a 2K, and then that Saturday doing as well. Obviously, the intensity comes back a lot for that week, but for sure, the day before, I don't do anything more than a 30-minute walk. I don't get my heart rate above like 130 or anything like that.
Right. That's interesting. You mentioned, so the week leading up to it, you don't do any sprints at all on that week, is it?
I work out. I just don't do anything where it would be like max out your 6K or like, I don't do anything super intense the week leading up to it. Yeah.
And
I kind of take everything back a little. It's difficult because I want to train like that. So it's hard for me to be like, calm down a little, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Is there any particular, I mean, is it to avoid, you know, your lactic acid buildup, or is it to avoid muscle breakdown, or what's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, I do it because I honestly think when I can tailor back like that my body's more prepared to do well, because I'm constantly under fatigue. Like if you think about training the way I train and only taking one day off, you're not giving your body a ton of time to kind of recoup. So even when I go on vacation and stuff and I've gone maybe 2 or 3 days in a row without training, that next day when I come back, oh man, I could PR anything. And it's just like, I can tell my body is like, oh, thank you. You fed us enough. Like, cause it's also hard to get in all the calories you need for all the training. So some days I'm underfed, not on purpose. I never would do that, but some days I'm underfed, I'm underslept, all this stuff. So when I get good sleep, good food, and like have not put my body under any type of physical exertion, and take a couple of those days in a row, yeah, it always feels good to get back into it that next day. I feel like I could do anything those days. It's a good feeling.
You mentioned sleep. How do you manage waking up at 3 in the morning and doing a full day's work?
My butt's in bed at 7. Yeah, my dad, and I've told my dad 100 times, I'm like, Dad, I'm in bed by 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. And he always calls. He's like, were you already asleep? Like, I don't know why he calls at 7. Yeah, so I'm in bed by 7. I sleep by 8, so I get 6-7 hours of sleep. This weekend is when I try and catch up, but I still train up until Sunday, Monday. So I don't. My sleep is not the best, but I do make sure that my water is on point, and then I have like a meal plan that I follow pretty much religiously. I eat the same thing every day throughout the week. So it's pretty easy. I have meal prep on Sundays, and I know what I'm eating. So
yeah. So and I think that brings me to another point that you mentioned to me a couple of times, the importance of habit, and more so than motivation or dedication. It's you've made it a habit to train, to prep your meals, to make sure you're getting in the water, and I think that's really what's paying off. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, yeah, I think it's a habit, but also people like always ask me, they're like, what's the secret like to getting better? And it's like, there's no secret. You just don't stop. You don't quit. Like everyone has so much untapped potential, but when things start to get hard, or they take longer than expected, or they're difficult, or there's setbacks, people just quit. Like, and it's not even just with athletic endeavors. It's with school stuff. It's with work stuff. They're like, well, that got more challenging than I wanted. And like, I've figured out a long time ago that if you just don't quit, like nobody can stop you. Like you can just keep going and keep getting better, or keep working towards your goals. The problem is a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's only moving this slow, or like I said, there's setbacks and then they just give up. And I honestly believe everyone has so much potential to do whatever they want. And I believe that about myself. I might be naive, I might be crazy, but I believe I have all the potential in the world to achieve this goal, especially with rowing. So I'm, like I said, on days that are bad, I just don't quit. I'm like, okay, that was a bad day. We'll do it again tomorrow and see what happens. So that I think has helped a lot. I'm just like, unless I get in some serious injury or something like that, I don't plan on quitting anytime soon. I like, for mental reasons or anything, I just gonna keep moving forward. And it might take me till I'm 40, but I'm gonna keep going. So
yeah. Now that you mentioned the age of 40, I think a lot of the oarsmen who, well, if you can call them oarsmen, who rowed today are actually the past oarsmen from our school. So 35 plus, 40 plus, and we had some amazing competition from even the gents who are above 55. So any advice to, I mean, I know you're still 30, you're young, but any advice to some of the older people who need to maybe get back into training? Because I know you had a bit of a lag period where you had quit basketball, you were, you know, battling with your own personal things for a while, and then, but you did get back on the horse, so to speak, or back on the erg, so to speak. So what, you know, the motivation, how do you do it? You know, just...
Yeah, so I am 33, so I've been told that I am already like too old to like try and make the national team. That's again something I don't really listen to, especially with my skill level, that it would take years to get me to where I need to be to make the national team. And I'm like, well, you know what? All I got is years ahead of me anyway, so let's do it. So I don't let age define me, and I never will. I just don't listen to that type of stuff. It doesn't serve me. But with, there was a period of 5, 6, 7 years where I let my fitness go. I mean, I was 30 pounds heavier. It was just drinking all the time, eating garbage, like just garbage on garbage. And I didn't like who I was. I didn't like how I looked. I didn't like how I felt. It was all just so much self-hate. And the thing that changed my life, that made me feel better, was picking myself up and having that pride to like be like, you know what, I can do better for future Kirsten. I can do better for me. And that's what I did. Was I got back into fitness. That was the first step. I was like, what's this first step? Like something small. And I was just like, just start going back to the gym. Just row 8 minutes. When I got back on the erg, I couldn't sit on that thing for more than 10 minutes. I remember I texted my friend. I was like, I just rowed for 10 minutes. And they're like, okay. I was just like so proud that I rowed for 10 minutes. Like, and now 10 minutes is my warm up, you know? So it wasn't like I jumped back on and all these numbers were like impressive. It took time, and not necessarily years. It took training. It took putting in correcting the things I needed to correct, which were what I was eating, what I was doing, how I was thinking, and all that. So, but mainly it was training. So what helped me to like get my life back together was training again, was cleaning, wanting to do better for myself and for how I felt and how I wanted, what I wanted out of life. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Kristen. It's been amazing talking to you and learning about, you know, how you do what you do. And I think the take-home message is you need to create your habits, and you just don't listen to what anyone else tells you about yourself.
Yeah, just do it. Don't listen to those haters. Just go and keep going. I really believe that.
Thanks again.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and My SLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under My SLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an exciting day of rowing, and we've come to the end of the first OTRA Virtual ERG Challenge. And we have had highs, we've had lows, we've had records broken, we've had some impressive timings from some of the seniors, and we've had some record-breaking timings from the juniors. And overall, it was St. Thomas's that came out on top with the bragging rights, with an overall score of 23 points to 17. We will now announce the age group category winners. And to give the first award, I'd like to call Mr. M.L. De Silva. So the first award is to the over 45 category, and winning it with an impressive time of 3 minutes and 24 seconds for Royal College, Mr. Chanaka Vikramasuriya. Our awards are sponsored by Daraz, a generous sponsorship from them. And in the plus 45 category, a few special mentions. Uncle Ajit, Srimal and Hiran all pulling impressive timings of below 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And now to give the award to the next category, 35 to 45 years, we have Iraj. And the winner of the 35 to 45 category, Mr. Niren Ranasinghe, with a timing of 3 minutes and 28 seconds, representing Royal College. And the final category for the men's event, the below 35 category, the best timing for the day was by Ashika with a 3 minutes and 13 seconds, and the winner was Ramit. To give the award, I'd like to call Mr. Paul Diniz. So the overall best timing was by Ashika with a timing of 3 minutes and 13 seconds, and we have a special mention for him. Ashika, can we have you up here? And finally, for the winner of the below 35 category, we'd like to invite Chunky to give the award. And the winner of the below 35 category with a timing of 3 minutes and 20 seconds for St. Thomas's College, Ramit. We had a heated competition for the ladies category, and ultimately it was won by a non-Oz woman, Melissa Abesinghe. And to collect the award on her behalf, we have Chanaka Vikramasuriya. Congratulations, Melissa, and hopefully we might see some non-Oz women participating soon. So that draws us to the end of the day's proceedings, and to close things off, we have Iraj, the president of the OTRA, to close things off.
Well, we've come to the end of the first ever virtual global indoor rowing event centered in Sri Lanka. And it was done as a competition between St. Thomas's and Royal, with the winner getting bragging rights for the rest of their lives. But the show will go on. We hope Royal can try and win the next one. We'll see if you can. We will definitely bring more firepower next year so that we can win the categories. Let's see if you all can bring on the firepower to bring in the participants. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Mr. Rohan Fernando, Chairman and Director of SLT Mobitel, for giving us the unlimited data and bandwidth. Mr. Binara Seneviratna, Regional Head of Brand, Daraz, who have been the sponsors of all the prizes, and Sparta, who's sponsored the ergometers. I'd like to thank the guest speakers who from across the globe who took time to contribute towards this inaugural event in Sri Lanka. Mr. Sithira Vikramasekara, VP of Diyavanna Rowing Centre and the Diyavanna Rowing Centre team, as well as the Sri Lanka Air Force, for lending their ergs, and Diyavanna Rowing Centre for giving us the premises to use in Sri Lanka. Mr. Talal Shams and the rest of the Colombo Rowing Club committee for again giving us the ergs and lending us the premises so that we could use the Colombo Rowing Club as the nerve center for this event. Special mention to the ladies and the rest of the participants for making this a successful global event. Without the participants, none of this would ever have happened. And lastly, but not least, my team, the OTRA committee, and Janit, who helped me organize this event, with a special mention to Devan, our vice president, who actually pulled a rabbit out of a hat by organizing all the guest speakers and enhancing and adding unique flavor to this event. Thank you. We will see you soon with yet another event organized by the OTRA. Until then, virtual drinks on the OTRA, but please, the drinks are at the bar. Actually, you'll have to pay for it. So let's have fun here. Thank you very much.
Starting November 11th, over 50 million rupees in savings, over 3 million products. Bank discounts and easy monthly installments. Download the Daraz app now.
Join us for an adventure and get ready for the biggest sale of the year. The magical world of Daraz will have your favorite electronics and everything you love. This year we have the biggest discounts and amazing deals. Don't miss out on 11/11 with Daraz. Let the adventure begin.
This is one way of showing convenience, and MySLT is just another name for convenience. Services here, there, and everywhere. Now brought under MySLT. Access all of SLT Mobitel services through one app. SLT Mobitel, the connection.